And Eric, we just, and Lindsay and team, we just found out that the chair is running just a little bit late.
Okay.
Shoot, come on. My internet's not working. My thing isn't working.
Good afternoon and welcome to a special session of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, January 12th, and we will start our meeting today. At our meeting this afternoon, this special session will be followed by a meeting in regular session, which will be at 6 o'clock. But at today's special session, we actually have one item that we are going to be considering regarding the county recruitment of the county manager position and consideration of a contract. And so I want to just verify that we have a quorum of the Board of Supervisors present, and we'll do that just by having each board member acknowledge that they are present. My name is Liz Archuleta. I'm the chair of the Board of Supervisors. I also represent District 2. District 1, Supervisor Patrice Horstman.
Present.
Okay, District 3, Supervisor Matt Ryan.
I'm here.
District 4, Supervisor Judy Begay.
Here.
And District 5 and Vice Chair, Supervisor Lena Feller.
Afternoon, I'm here, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, it's good to see everybody. And we do have, of course, our county managers team, and we have our county deputy attorney, Rose Winkler, who is also here. And so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over first to staff to introduce the item, and then at some point we will ask our attorney if it is her advice to go into executive session. So County Manager Jane, are you going to introduce this, or is Deputy County Manager Andriani?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So thanks for the opportunity to come together this afternoon in a special session of the Board of Supervisors. So Erica Philpott, our Human Resource Director, is going to take the lead in the presentation this afternoon. She'll be introducing Doug Thomas, who is a partner that's with us. Will be sharing a presentation that you all did receive by email. And so welcome, Doug Thomas, to Coconino County. We're grateful to have you with us today. So, Madam Chair, I will turn the time over to Erica Philpott as we start this conversation for the recruitment of the next county manager for Coconino County. Thank you.
Thank you. And Director Philpott, I just want to in advance thank you for all of the work and preparation thus far that's been put into this topic. And I do want to welcome Mr. Thomas. Go ahead, Erica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Erica Philpott, Human Resources Director. As you know, County Manager Jane has announced his retirement effective summer of 2021. And as such, we are beginning our conversations regarding a county manager executive search. Today, Strategic Government Resources, otherwise known as SGR, is with us to discuss their approach to a county manager executive search. SGR is a full-service firm specializing in executive searches, leadership development, and training. And one of the items SGR will present today is a draft timeline with a recruitment that would open February 1st, close on March 4th, with an offer to a final candidate on May 1st and a candidate beginning employment on June 1st. So that's a tentative timeline as we're looking forward to this recruitment process. Today, the board has 2 hours scheduled to begin this process, and if the board desires, we will enter into a contract with SGR with the intent to have the executive search brochure drafted and ready for the board's final review at the board meeting 2 weeks from today. So looking at the possibility of starting the search that soon. So it's my pleasure to introduce Doug Thomas, who is the Senior Vice President with SGR, who is here to make a presentation to all of you.
Good evening. Thank you, Erica and Jimmy. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you, at least virtually, in these strange times that we find ourselves in as well. I have had the opportunity to work with your team towards the end of last year to work through a variety of logistics to introduce ourselves and me to your county to talk about your recruitment opportunities. And so as a result, we've kind of worked together some information that we think will help you frame your reference with regards to what this process is all about. And if I think I'm an ability to share screen, correct? I can share at this point. I'd be glad to kind of walk you through a quick PowerPoint. This is meant to really just introduce you to me and the firm and to talk about the process. And I clearly would entertain any questions at any point during the presentation. If you've got a question about a particular slide or a topic, I'm more than glad to stop and address that as necessary. So with that, let me share my screen here and get you up and running. So I'll say first and foremost, is everyone seeing that at your end? Just a thumbs up or a verbal or some sort?
Yes, we can see it. And we can see then the next slide that's coming up. And
got you. Let me revert. Let me move this down and try this approach here. Oops.
And then if you just go to
let me go back here. Let me just change the format here. Okay, does that work any better, or are you saying the actual presentation?
Yeah, I mean, we see the presentation. I think it's probably okay. I mean, it'll be fine. It's a little bit bigger than what it was, so that's. I think
okay.
that'll.
All right. Okay. Well, let's walk through this. Every platform we work on has different looks and feels to it, and sometimes there's some hiccups. But let me know if there's a problem at your end. But we'll work through the process. So clearly tonight, what we'd like to do is spend some time with you to introduce you to SGR in terms of what we do, how we do it, and the process. So a little bit of the background on the firm. We have been around since 1999, so we're into our 21st year now. And unlike many other firms that specifically just deal with executive recruiting, I think one of the things that we bring to the table is really a thought leader approach with regards to local government operations. So as you can see, our vision is to be involved in recruiting, assessing, and developing innovative, collaborative, and authentic leaders. And as a result of that, what's taken place is our principal of the firm, who's also a former city manager in Texas, has really looked at trying to determine how we can best position ourselves in hiring individuals like myself and our team members that come from local government that bring a leading edge, innovative approach. And we recognize that no local government anywhere has all the resources they need to accomplish all the tasks and the missions that they're trying to administer on behalf of their constituents. And so our approach is, how do we help local governments strive to be that innovative leader and help them come up with best management practices and implementation of efforts to try to accomplish your goals. We strongly believe in our core values, which are integrity, philanthropy, continuous improvement, flexibility, the golden rule, collaboration, and protecting the relationships. So unlike many other firms, we don't want to be those guys that are always bugging people. Most of our word and information about our firm and resources and references come from clients that we have worked with. And the other element that I think is important to distinguish ourselves in, as Erica mentioned, we are a full service firm. So in addition to being one of the largest public sector executive recruitment firms in the country, that's really what many of our people know us from and many of our clients know us from. But we were involved beyond executive recruitment in live training. Prior to COVID-19, we were traditionally training close to 1,000 government employees a month across the country in either on-site and or a combination of live or virtual training programs. We've shifted most of those to virtual. We still are doing some live training opportunities. We do a lot of leadership development, both with senior staff members and then also a lot of board work with governing bodies like yourself and helping you be as effective as possible as a team. We do a lot of servant leadership training and programs. We also do a lot of assessments and working with boards and senior staff on strategic visioning. We do a lot of other interim management placements and embedded services. We have a number of our employees that are actually engaged in local government. They're employees of SGR, but are embedded in local operations, serving in department heads and things of that nature. We also do an awful lot of work in working with strategic and priority-based budgeting, as once we've done strategic planning or visioning with an organization and linking your budgets to your plans. And so the approach is that, because unlike other firms that just do executive recruitment work, we're kind of plugged into all these things. So as a result, we stay very relevant, very actively engaged. And as a result of all that activity, both the principal of the firm, Ron Hallfield, myself, traditionally are speaking pretty regularly at state and national conferences, talking about best management practices and trends and issues that are taking place. So I think we bring that perspective as opposed to just being executive recruiters. I want to talk a little bit about
Madam Chair, I'm sorry,
Oh,
Doug, as
sure.
you move on, you may just want to click that top left, Madam Chair, if it's okay. From the beginning. There you go.
For some reason, it is. Let me just move this. For some reason, it's not showing the presentation mode, so I'll just do it that way and see if we can. Is that any better?
Yeah, it's not letting you start the slideshow, huh?
No, for some reason, it's jamming up on me at my end. And so I'll just kind of work through it this way. So I apologize on the formatting issue there. So let me introduce you to myself.
Technology quarterback as well, and just say, like, at the bottom of the slide where you see that little screen, like a little, they might be able to, if you click on there, but we might just have to limp along here a little bit.
Yeah, it's for some reason working. I'm trying to get it out of presentation mode.
On the bottom right hand side, of the slide, there you go, and then like one more over. If you go over to the thing that looks like a little pop-up screen, no?
Yeah, I'm trying to fit the screen,
Make
but
it a little bit bigger. Okay, yeah.
You want it bigger or smaller? I'm sorry, what's it looking like at your end?
I mean, it could stand to be bigger.
Oh, it could stand to be bigger. Gotcha. Okay. Well, put it to fit. And are you seeing the slides off to the left here as well, where my cursor is? Or not?
Yeah. Yes, we are.
When I do this, and then I try to minimize it, I lose it. I'm showing the presentation on the one side, but it's not showing it on yours. So I apologize. I'm not sure what's happening there.
Okay, right. I mean, technology is great when it works, and right
Yeah, exactly. For whatever I mentioned to your staff earlier, I've been on a bunch of Zoom and other meetings today, and I've already reset the computer, and I thought everything would work. So let me just eliminate this piece of this, and we'll see if we
Sure,
can
that
make
works.
this. Is that better? Okay, super.
It is.
All right. All right. So let me talk a little bit about, just have to roll through the slides here then. So my background is about 35 years in public sector executive leadership positions. I have worked in communities in Maryland, Michigan, and Florida. And I've described to your team that I'm probably the best example for SGR because I hired them when I was in my former position in Lakeland, Florida. It's a community between Tampa and Orlando. It's a community of over 100,000 in population, but it has a full service organization, including electric generation distribution, all the utilities, bus services, everything you can envision a local government does, we do. And I was recruiting for several of my department heads that were retiring and moving on to other positions. And that's how SGR and I got affiliated. And I was so impressed with what I learned on how they handled, from a client's perspective, the relationship with me as city manager, but also I was so impressed with how the candidates were treated throughout the process. And so as a result of that, the principal of the firm and I got very much aligned in terms of our thoughts and our perspectives, and challenged me to say, hey, are you interested in doing something in the second chapter of your career? So I actually joined the firm actually on a full-time basis 5 years ago. And I spent about half my time in executive recruitment and the other half working in some of the other areas that you see identified in strategic visioning, priority-based budgeting, board governance workshops, and things of that nature as well. So my experience in local government, as I say, in Lakeland, I was there as city manager and still live in Lakeland for about 12 years. It's a larger community, about 75 square miles. You can see a very large population and service territory, about $600 million operation with close to 2,500 employees. So a little bit different. The dollars make a little more sense when you recognize the electric generation versus your size organization, which is about 140,000 in population. And I think you've got 13 or 1,400 employees the last I had seen as well. So I understand big operations. I also bring an experience understanding tourism and the impact of tourism in communities. In our case, in Lakeland, we have the Detroit Tigers, the longest serving relationship with a Major League Baseball team for spring training. I've been involved in working with the Major League team directly. Before I retired, had a project of about $45 million for a renovation of our stadium and inked a deal with them for about 10 more years to stay in Lakeland as we go forward. But we also have every community I've served in, or most of the communities I've served in, have had in college communities. And those operate very unique opportunities because of the mixture of expertise that may be able to be served on your volunteer boards and commissions and on council members and supervisors like yourself. And so in our case in Lakeland, we have several universities, but Florida Southern is certainly the one that's most known. It's actually the largest one-site collection of Frank Lloyd Wright architecture. And that brings a tremendous amount of resources and people into our community that wouldn't otherwise be necessarily traveling. And then as you can see, my background has also been in Michigan. I've served as city manager in the city of Alma for about 15 years and also in Grand Haven, Michigan as an assistant manager. And prior to that, my earlier years in Landover Hills in Maryland, just outside the Washington, D.C. area. And I bring that as a perspective that although most of my background, as you'll see, is in local government and municipal governments, I have been very active on my state association and both in the city county management associations. I've served as a president in Michigan when I was in Michigan of that association, and also have traditionally served on boards and directors of either the state municipal leagues or any of their policy committees. And so I'm often involved directly with city and county officials on a regular basis. And I certainly recognize that there's a distinction between the position of a city manager and a county manager, largely because of some of the services you're providing in, especially some of the social service elements. But from a managerial standpoint, you have a number of what we traditionally call constitutional officers or elected officials that serve in essence as department heads. And the manager has to facilitate that relationship as opposed to a direct supervisor subordinate relationship. And so what I can tell you is in my involvement, both professionally as well as above and beyond in my commitment back to the organization and in the other recruitment work that I've done, I certainly have a familiarity with those distinguishing differences between cities and counties in case there are any questions relative to my particular background. So let me talk through a little bit of the keys that we think represent a successful search. As I say, I've been doing this now for about 5 years, but our firm's been involved in this pretty extensively. But it starts first and foremost with us understanding the culture, the needs and the desires of you as elected officials, your key stakeholders, your senior staff. There's elements that we have to understand to help represent your position to the marketplace, but also to help you as you're involved in the selection of semifinalists and finalists as you go through this process. So we start off with really spending time on the ground. Traditionally, we're doing a lot of this virtually now for obvious reasons, but trying to meet with all the elected officials, traditionally the department heads and the folks that are plugged into the day-to-day operations. Sometimes there's stakeholders that you want us to meet with as well, but we really start with that effort. We have to get to know you individually and vice versa so that we can do the best we can to help you through this process. From there, it's a point of once we recognize and get that background, we do an extensive amount of marketing, and it comes largely in the form of developing a position profile brochure. I understand several of you have been through searches, so our brochures, may look a little bit differently than the others because we engage people that are traditionally from local government. Many of our folks in our graphics and our communications team are former PIOs or communication officers, so we tend to present it from a fashion recognizing what the potential candidate pools you'd be looking for. And we're very involved in social media marketing. I'll talk a little bit about how that helps us do outreach to passive candidates. But our effort is really to get folks interested in this position, including those folks that may not even be thinking about the job opportunity. And I'll explain how we do that. I mentioned my background as well is from city management. I've sat on the dais and working with elected officials for a long, long time in this business. So our approach is to always make sure that you as elected officials and your organization is never caught off guard. So we do an incredible amount of candidate vetting as folks go through the process from semifinalists to finalists. So by the time they're interviewing there, that you know everything about them, good, bad, ugly, or otherwise. And we will do that work on your behalf so that no one gets surprised. We know that all your constituents will Google and do all the work on that on your finalists once they're announced. And we don't want you to ever be in a position of being surprised. So we do an incredible amount of work to make sure that doesn't happen. And also throughout this effort, I mentioned earlier about our desire to make sure candidates stay engaged in the effort. So once you're in our search and we launch this effort, every week we're sending out news clippings and anything that pops up that involves your county, your operations, or anything that might kind of have an impact for candidates wanting to know what's going on in the community. So we try to make sure they keep engaged in what's happening from the time they apply all the way through this process. And many times that will lead to a series of conversations to allow additional touch points with candidates from my perspective that gives me additional insights on their perspectives and their abilities to be potential strong candidates for your effort. And as I mentioned earlier, one of our goals is continuous improvement. So at the end of the day, our efforts to make this as smooth as possible for you, but we do surveys and reactions, and we are constantly revising and addressing our processes to meet your needs and expectations based on what we've seen and what we learned in each search. Your team has asked us to put together this draft search timeline. It's a fairly aggressive process, recognizing Jimmy's retirement and the goal to have about a month overlap before he officially enters retirement. And so we can come back and deal with this as necessary, but it basically is hitting the ground running with us starting with position profile interviews as early as next week. We're working with your staff on the possibility of doing a stakeholder survey. And we've provided some examples there so that you can capture some of your thoughts and opinions from folks who may not necessarily be involved in an individual interview. And then a whole series of when we would advertise the position, when it would close, when we would be back working with you to present the pool of candidates in a triage. We understand there's a desire to have video or virtual interview processes with potentially your semifinalists. And so we've outlined when that could occur and we could help facilitate that whole conversation. In addition to reviewing semifinalist material, those individuals that you select to do background work for, a variety of detailed questionnaires responses. So you'll see both their written responses as well as how they carry themselves in an interview type setting as well. As this process goes forward, we then give you some additional material on all those candidates that you're interested in taking to the next step as semifinalists. We start some background interview work on them at that point as well. And then we will work with you to help narrow that pool down to a group of typically 3 to 5 folks that you would like to bring in for interviews. We'll talk a little bit later about whether you want to do this entirely virtually or whether there's some portion of work that you want to do in person or a combination thereof, but we're prepared to assist you. But this is kind of the schedule that we've outlined that closely meets what we've been told from your staff that you're trying to accomplish. And we can certainly come back and talk through those details as well if necessary. I do want to mention that we can handle this process entirely or all parts virtually as desired by you. We as a company, really when COVID hit, we were already a virtual company. As I mentioned, I'm in Florida. My home base is in Texas in terms of the corporate office, but we have representatives of our firms all over the country. So we had built up a platform to kind of deal with this, and we were able to consequently very quickly shift to do virtual processes for all of our work that we're doing, not just recruiting, but training and otherwise. And so we recognize that in today's uncertain time, until the rollout of a vaccine is fully administered, that may be a factor. I have done several searches that have been entirely remote. I have done some searches that have been a hybrid, and everything in between in the last period since March when the COVID hit. And so we can talk through what that looks like, but I want to tell you that we can address that. I will say that most of the searches we do, even if we're doing a portion of these or most of it remotely, most candidates and most governing bodies are still interested in having some sort of face-to-face process with their final candidates. And we've done meet and greets virtually in that environment and a variety of other areas. So I think we can help you navigate whatever that looks and feels like to help you walk through that effort and tell you what's worked or challenges you may encounter depending on where you may want to go in that regard. I mentioned earlier, and I think you've all seen the copy of our material. It will start with a position profile brochure, and that's really information we're going to secure from our discussions with you and information we've asked the county staff to provide. And so we'll talk about, first and foremost, your community, your county, and what the lifestyle and the quality of life is like, because we're going to market this position to people all over the country, and they may or may not know your area. So we're going to first put the best possible light on that front. And then we'll talk about the organization and the governance processes. In my discussions with you and others, we're going to learn about the challenges and opportunities individuals are going to be facing, whoever gets appointed in this position in perhaps the next 3 to 5 years. We'll also glean the ideal attributes of a candidate that you think was best suited to meet your needs and expectations. And all that material, in addition to links and information about the organization, the budget, work charts, vision statements, mission statements, things of that nature, will all be part of that effort. And I say that that's how we help market the position. Most of our clients are interested in saying, okay, well, you're going to advertise and get folks that are going to apply to this position. But what about folks that aren't thinking they're an active candidate? We refer to those in this business as passive candidates. And I put this slide together just to give you an insight that if you look towards the middle of the top there, you'll see that about 75% of people that are currently involved in the workforce consider themselves passive. Now, those are individuals that aren't really looking for the next opportunity or the next position. And so in order to reach those folks, we do a variety of efforts. I think we do an outstanding job, better than our competitors in social media marketing. This is an example of the different platforms that we use. And so every platform has different looks and feels and different times when candidates that are considered passive tend to review things. And so we have someone on staff that coordinates that work for us. So we do that work. But above and beyond that, we market a lot. As I mentioned, we're one of the larger executive search firms in the public sector. And as a result, we have a database of thousands of candidates that are in our process in any way, shape, or form. And at the end of the day, only one candidate is typically hired. And that may mean there's 2 or 3 other candidates in a search that may be similar, not identical, but similar to yours, that we've encountered in a previous search. Well, we keep track of those candidates, and we're looking at, once we learn your background and what you're looking for, we're reaching out to those candidates, say, listen, I know you're not actively looking, or you may not be, but here's a job that we think, based on your previous work with SGR, you might be interested in, and let's get into a dialogue or a conversation. And so we do that type of work. And then we also have other efforts. We have a thing called our 10 and 10 that goes out to 50,000 people every Tuesday, that has links to local government topics of stories and interest. I used them as a manager to generate conversations amongst my elected officials as well as my staff. And in that, we also feature jobs. So every Tuesday, there's job features of current and upcoming searches. And that also is a way of triggering some folks that might not otherwise be thinking about a job to say, hey, I just heard about this position. How do I learn more about it? How do I engage with a recruiter in that effort? So that's something that we'll also bring to the table for you as well. And then just as an effort, I know we were talking about whether this was going to happen tonight or tonight, as well as in some one-on-one discussions with each of you. These are a sample of the types of questions we're going to be asking you to get an insight about your background and your interest and who you believe, the skills and background and styles and experience and just general attributes that you think individually and then collectively as a board of supervisors, what you're looking for in this particular position. And I think that Erica and the team are going to start to engage you collectively on that and provide us some information. And then certainly we'll use that as a follow-up as we go forward to individual conversations with you and other staff members. So that's a quick overview of the process. I know it went pretty quickly, but I'm more than glad to address any questions or back into any slides that may be of more interest or dialogue that you may want. So I'll turn it back over to you.
Great. So I'll go ahead and help us facilitate the conversation here in terms of board members that might have questions about your presentation. So are there any questions for Mr. Thomas at this time? Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you very much for your thorough presentation. I appreciated hearing about your baseball connection. Wrong team, but good baseball. I love that.
As I said, I spent 20 years in Michigan, so I'm still going to be a Tigers rooter. But we have not had much to cheer about in recent years, as you very well know.
We haven't either, as you know. So, I do have a question and the timeline, and I'd like to get your input on this with the extensive experience that you've had. And that is that this is a very aggressive timeline. And obviously, we want to make sure that if we're doing this, that we have conducted a thorough search, that we will be able to get a good pool of candidates. And are you concerned about this aggressive nature of this timeline? And do you have any suggestions on that?
No, it's to give you a sense, and you've seen from our approach, typically a typical, whatever that may look like in today's day and age, but a typical search runs about 90 days from the time you give us the green light to approve the position brochure and market and then start accepting applications to the time that your final candidates are typically in town or in your community interviewing runs about 90 days. And then there's a little bit of time ahead of that to obviously work through the logistics of getting all the paperwork done and getting the brochure and getting all that stuff finalized and things of that nature. So you're pretty much in that window. Now, the biggest challenge you face is that candidates that are in this position, if they're currently a manager or an assistant manager, they may have a contract with an unwind provision that might be 30 days, 40 days. I've seen 90 days. That may vary. And we don't know what that looks like at this stage because we don't know who those finalists are going to necessarily be. So if there's a concern, that would be the only concern I would have, is that if candidates have a long wind down period in their home community, that could be a factor to take into consideration. I've given some thought about that normally at the semifinalist level, when we're asking, once you've selected the candidates you want to proceed with, we normally ask them a variety of questions. And one of the questions I ask is, are there any unique circumstances or anything? What are you looking for in terms of desired benefits, salary, expectations, starting dates? So at that point, I think I'll probably go into a little more detail about how quickly a candidate, if they're selected, would be able to start, so that can be part of the decision-making effort. And then at the end, you'll have to decide whether that's going to work or not. If the candidate you ultimately fall in love with and it's the strongest candidate that you want to hire has a 45-day versus a 30-day window, we'll just have to see if we can help you and them work through that as best as possible. But the front end leading up to that process is pretty similar to that 90-day quote unquote typical search. So I'm okay in that regard.
Good, thank you.
Other questions? Any other questions at this time?
Trying to
Supervisor
find.
Ryan?
I'm using 3 screens and I'm getting lost in them. Yeah, I was working there for 30 seconds or so. Actually, at this point, I think it's a pretty comprehensive presentation. Of course, it helps me read through it again, to engage that which you presented, Doug. What I'm saying I like, you did just answer the question I had about, we all get into some level of benefit negotiation in the end. What do you do with approaches like that? You just answered that we have that opportunity as we get closer with the final pool. Where are we? What do we? How can we manage that? Just want to thank you so far. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And if I can maybe just amplify in your question as well, Supervisor. We'll get a handle from you and your staff about what your desired starting salary range and your benefit package will look like. And so we will normally include the benefit, a summary of the benefits. In most organizations, we don't recommend advertising the salary range, and we do that for a reason. Number one, most people in this business are going to be able to figure out what you've traditionally paid and what the market rate will be, but we'll help you in that regard as well as part of our work with you. But I always feel that it's better off for you to evaluate candidates and say, maybe if with the right candidate with the right background, you're willing to flex higher. But if you advertise the salary range, some people may self-select and not apply. And so I'd much rather have them apply. And then if you're interested in them, we'll learn more about what their expectations may be. And then especially at the semifinalist level, you'll be able to determine, hey, I've got a pool of 5 or 6 or 8 other people that are directly on point of my salary I really like. Or, hey, there's 2 or 3 other candidates here that are exceptional candidates, but we might have to rethink our salary a little bit if we want to attract them. But then you're always in the driver's seat, and you can make that decision as opposed to a candidate self-selecting not to apply.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Other questions? Vice Chair Feller?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, and it's really impressive that you worked in the local government before, and it sounds like you have a bird's eye view across the country, which is really great. I'm just wondering, how do you ensure diversity when you are out there advertising that we do have just a diversity in the candidates that do apply?
That's an excellent question. Thank you for asking that as well. And I mentioned this is my second chapter of my career, and it's been a great career for 35 years. And this is my way of giving back to the business and doing what I do now. And as a manager, first and foremost, I was always intrigued about how do I help the next generation get into this business, and what do I do? And one of the reasons that I mentioned that SGR and I had a click was that Ron Holofield is very big on collaboration and partnerships. And so we have traditionally sponsored groups called ELGL, the Emerging Leader Government groups that have been with ICMA. We have partnerships with a variety of appointed and elected women and minority organizations that we share, which have come to know us through a variety of services, and as a result help us market positions. And so it's a symbiotic relationship to go forward in the area. So I'm very intrigued by that. And not all firms have that type of effort. And so I'm very comfortable. A number of the firms a number of the searches I've done have had women and minorities that have been in the finalist pool, and a number of them were ultimately hired in the process. So I think we've got a very good track record of pulling together and outreach. In some of the areas we're recommending, you'll be advertising, you'll see that, but also our partnership and collaborative agreements we have, they typically take some of those social media efforts and also push our stuff out because of the relationship we have with them, which gets a wider net of attracting women, diversity, and candidates that may be non-traditional in our business. But as I say, as the guy that's unfortunately a white male guy in his 60s at this point, I really feel that our profession has started that work, and this is a firm that I feel is firmly believes in encouraging and getting diverse candidates into the business and rising into higher levels of authority. So it's not just kind of a slogan we have, it's part of my core value of why I joined the firm, because I believe we do this really well in that regard.
Well, thank you. And when I think about diversity, I think about just a wide candidates across the country rather than just a cluster here and there. So anyway, so thank you very much.
And that's the other aspect. We are a national firm. We've in the presentation that I provided to your staff is a map of all the different states that we've either done searches or involved with. We're in 44, 45 different states. So our footprint's pretty big. Oh, I also mentioned to that effect, I mentioned the 10 and 10, the newsletter that goes out every Tuesday that goes to about close to 50,000 people every week. I went back and looked at where we were relative to your marketplace just to get a sense of what's taking place. We have close to 5,000 people that are either in Arizona or all the states that surround you that are already subscribers to that area. So in that marketplace, certainly, people know us and are familiar with us. And that certainly gives us a leg up. And then I also, when I'm working in a new state where I'm personally the recruiter on, I typically reach out to the state, county, and city management association leadership to find out who it is, who their boards are, and then try to do an outreach to them so they can also help push the information out if by chance they may not be familiar with SDR or myself as well. So that's some additional outreach we do in that regard.
Okay, well, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's, and I'm really happy that you answered the time frame that we have identified. It's very short, and it's good to know that it's not unusual. So thank you.
No, as I said, my concern is not with the marketing. It's the question of how quickly we can get somebody after you've selected them based on wherever they may be. And as I said, we'll work with you in that regard. I had that when I took my last position. I had a 90-day window, and I negotiated my way out to shorten it to about 45 days so that I could start. My community that I was hired in Lakeland wanted me to start ASAP. And so it's not uncommon to encounter those. So we'll cross that bridge as we get through it. But that's probably the biggest question I would have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Fowler. So I will ask a couple of questions, and I apologize if I missed this in the presentation, but in terms of like cycles for, county managers or potential county manager candidates to submit their interest and to be recruited, I mean, where do we fall like within some of that cycle?
You mean in terms of when assuming we're going to be launching here, under the schedule of outline, are you saying how does that compare with other areas? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Well, I think more, I mean, I think like there's, sometimes there's more potential, the pool is larger and sometimes during the year than others.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And
Gotcha.
so I just want to know like a little bit more about your approach with that. I mean, I know that you also will go and seek candidates that may not even be thinking about applying for a position, but I just kind of wanted to know just like nationally, like what are we seeing right now in terms of movement and of people, applying for positions? I mean, do you think we're in a good time right now?
Sure. Well, there is Jimmy, you'll appreciate this. And managers we always say in this business, managers are hired and fired with enthusiasm, but rarely by the same boards that hire them, fire them. In other words, you can walk on water with one group, an election comes in, the board is shifted, and all of a sudden you're out of a position. So we will see a variety nationally. We will see more candidates potentially expressing interest in positions right before or right after elections, and typically the November window. That's just the nature of the business. But managers come and go throughout the country for a variety of reasons for any number of activities. So if I'm looking at a targeted window, we typically will get a lot of people talking to us about, hey, my board's getting a little shifty. I don't know where they're going to go. I don't know if I'm going to be looking or not. That'll happen in September, October. And then certainly after November elections, either they're definitely looking or they're forced to be looking for a position. So if there's a window, that would be the one I would say generates a lot of interest just because of the nature of the election cycle. But that being said, let me give you a perspective that I'm seeing. I saw it as a manager, but I'm certainly seeing it in my years with SDR as well. And I say this with myself being in the baby boomer generation. We're that pig in the python that have been working our way through, and we've dealt with the Great Recession. We've dealt with a lot of other stuff. There are a lot of people that are eligible to retire now or at any given point, in the immediate future. I had a running bet with Ron Holofield, our principal of the firm, and he was concerned about what recruiting would look like in post-COVID-19 because of the financial impacts and all that. And I said, I think we're going to have a banner year. And right now he's buying the beers, not me. Because what's happened is a lot of folks are saying, hey, I've been through this. I'm done. I'm ready to move on. I'm ready for the next group to come forward. And so a lot of people that might have stayed in the business for 2 or 3 or 4 more years are saying, I'm ready to call it quits. I'm going to retire and have my time. And so we actually are saying we've carried a higher than usual load of our recruitments since COVID has happened. And so just the opposite of COVID has really opened up opportunities. And then the other part of that is just the evolution. As I say, a lot of us baby boomers are now getting to that point where we're ready to move on and do it irrespective of COVID. And so I think we had a more aggressive number of searches we took last year as a company, and we're on track to continue that again this year. So I'm not concerned about the window of marketing, even though we're past election, but you may still find some candidates that have left their position because of the election in November, and they'll be looking, we're currently looking for the position. And you don't normally find positions in this profession overnight, especially for large counties, large organizations. It can take upwards of a year for even a high quality manager to find the right position, because if you're used to working in big complex counties and cities and organizations, there's only so many of them, and they don't always open up, and you're not going to necessarily have somebody that's going to be running a county of your size, jump to a city or a county of 4,000 or 5,000. They're just, the numbers and the economics don't work. And so those candidates are going to be out there. I'm pretty comfortable that the pool and the timing that you're going to get is not going to be detrimental to your process.
Okay, great. And then I know that you've placed quite a few county managers, and I just want to say what I know you understand already, but I think it's worth being said, is that city managers are very different than county managers. I'm not saying that there can't be transferable skills, but I want to advocate that that you search for executives that are county managers. And I do appreciate the question that you had in one of the slides, which was, would you consider a leader or someone who has never had local government experience? I think was the question of that. And certainly the board needs to, talk that out at some point here. But and I don't know, I'd have to put some more thought into that just as one individual board member, but I do feel very strongly that all those skills are transferable, that the counties and cities are different, beasts. And I feel really strongly about having a significant pool from folks that have had county experience. I'm not saying they have to be sitting county managers or even have had, county manager experience, but I do feel strongly about bringing people from other counties who are, solid in county government.
Certainly, and that point is often expressed when we're working with counties, because they are different. I make no bones about them. The types of services, the relationships, the dynamics, the geographic footprint, all those things. As I say, the elected constitutional officers are all different, and it takes a special skill set for a manager to navigate that and do it successfully. I will tell you, a number of my friends and colleagues over the years have gone from county to city and city to county and back and forth. And, I've talked with them about that effort even before I was a recruiter, to get a sense of what that was like. I thought, as I said, there are only so many cities of certain sizes. Lakeland's a pretty good sized city. I had debated whether that was potentially my next opportunity to take something for a professional challenge, to do it differently than what I've traditionally had been raised in professionally. And so What I can tell you is, although I've certainly not been a county manager, I will tell you a lot of my friends and colleagues that are very good friends and colleagues are in county management roles. And I've had those types of conversations even before I was with SGR about what that looks and feels like and the differences that take place. And so I think I can bring that insight to your perspective to say, as I'm interfacing, because you can imagine as your recruiter, I'm talking to these candidates, especially the ones that are going deeper into the process pretty regularly. And that isn't for me to just kind of have that conversation. I'm sizing them up and I'm getting a perspective about how they have hard and soft skills to deal with the things that you're facing with there in your county. And so, make no bones about it. I've not been a county manager, but my involvement at state and national associations and boards regularly interface me with county managers. And so I think I've got a pretty good feel for that as best as I can without necessarily being in that seat. But it certainly is not something that's going to be a surprise. And I've certainly done searches for other county organizations and certainly, can rely upon that as an expertise as well.
Sure. And I think just the other thing that I would say, and this is not a question, but rather a comment that, certainly should we proceed? I mean, we're going to want to definitely share like our county values with you, because we're obviously going to want someone who's going to mirror our values. And we will need someone that puts at the highest priority our organizational renewal, which includes a very strong commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And, certainly, that is part of our culture of our organization. And so, there's certain values that our county has in the way that we, we approach our work, and the way that we include community, in the way that we are, compassionate towards one another. Again, first and foremost, I think that a leader needs to certainly mirror the values of the organization. And so that's something that'll be really, anxious to get to you and share with you.
I wholeheartedly agree. Mission, vision, values are something we always include in our brochures, because we want our candidates to look at that material as a lens, and they're going to size up. Do I fit into that? Do I represent that? Can I be part of what you're doing? So I wholeheartedly agree with you there.
Great. Supervisor Begay?
Good afternoon, Doug.
Hello.
Thank you for the presentation. Interesting. I think we're talking about what the board would like to see in this individual that's going to be coming forth, and all the people that are coming forth to apply. I'm thinking that the job description is something that we might have to look at closely and revisit that and to really just put down exactly what we feel, and then also under skills, knowledge, qualifications, if they're and things like that, and that they maybe a clause that says they have to have served in a county manager position for X number of years. That way you have that control and where, what the board is going to be really looking for. I have not seen a job description for the county manager, but I think that would be the best way to really find out and explore what kind of a person that we are looking for to fill this capacity. So that would be my comment. And because all that job description will be the one that's going to be all going out into everybody. And they'll read it and say, okay, I think I'm qualified, and that's how they will be applying for this position. So I know a lot of job descriptions are very vague, but for a position that is this high in an organization, I feel that it's so we need to possibly take a look at the job description and then enhance it a little bit more to reflect the type of person. We're talking about diversity. We're talking about it's not as the city manager is not equivalent or somewhat like the county manager. So I think that's one area that we would have to look as a board, and that's my thoughts.
Sure, understand. And that's not all uncommon. Most of the time when you do a search, nobody's looked at the job description in a little while, especially if you've had someone in the office for some period of time. We encourage you to do that. We certainly are here to help you in that process and give you any insights about what we would normally see for this type of position or the ramifications of any position changes that you may want to have in that area. But I concur with your approach. It's the appropriate time to make sure it's a relevant job description before you hit the ground running and start looking at candidates.
Well, we appreciate the presentation, and I know that in just a minute here, I'm going to ask to go into executive session, and so I just want to thank you for making time today to be with us, and we will look forward to providing some possibly direction to staff in regards to the next steps. But right now, I would like to remind us that this is discussion and direction regarding the recruitment for the county manager position, including the terms of a proposed agreement with the executive recruitment firm, Strategic Government Resources. And so I am going to ask for a motion to go into executive session for discussion and legal advice regarding contract negotiations.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I move that we do go into executive session pursuant to ARS 38431.03A4.
I'll second the motion. Okay,
Oh.
good. That's okay. Give Judy the second. I don't need any.
Supervisor Hirschman, seconded by Supervisor Begay. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. So the Board of Supervisors will leave this meeting completely and will go into a Teams meeting for a secured executive session. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. We appreciate your presentation.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. Look forward to working with you all. Good luck in your upcoming meeting.
Thank
All right. Good evening. Bye-bye.
Hey, Liz, can we have a bio break?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Why don't we take 5 minutes and we'll go to Teams at about 4:36. Okay. Thanks. Good evening. This is a meeting of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. My name is Liz Archuleta. I'm the chairwoman of the Board of Supervisors, and it's my pleasure to welcome you and to call this meeting to order. I'm going to start first by confirming that we have a quorum of the Board of Supervisors present. So I will first of all call on Supervisor Horstman, District 1.
I'm present.
Thank you. Supervisor Ryan, District 3. Okay, I'm sure he'll be joining us shortly. Supervisor Begay, District 4.
Okay, so you need to ride to the house.
Okay, and then Supervisor Fowler and Vice Chair Fowler,
Hello.
District 5.
I am here, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Why don't we I will call us to actually have the Pledge of Allegiance. We do have a quorum of the board, and I'm sure we will have our other supervisors that will join us shortly. So for those who are able, please stand and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I would now like to open up the meeting for a call to the public. This is an opportunity for any member of the public who wishes to address the board. To do so, you will have 5 minutes to be able to do that. This is for items that are not on our agenda. If you do wish to speak to an item that's on our agenda, when we get to that agenda item, we will open it up for public comment at that time. But this is an opportunity for you to speak to the board. Please know the board will not be able to engage in a conversation because it is not listed in our agenda for discussion, but we are happy to be able to listen to you. So is there any member of the public who wishes to participate in the call to the public? Okay, I am not seeing anybody at this time that wishes to speak to the board. Let me just check in the chat. Okay, let me just confirm with the clerk of our board to see if she's received any requests to speak. Lindsay, any requests?
Chair Archuleta, no, we have not received any emails to the board comments email.
Okay, and let's see. Eric Peterson, our Public Affairs Director. Mr. Peterson, any requests that you see that have come in?
Madam Chair, we have no one that has raised their hand, and we have no Q&A or chat posted, so none at this time.
Okay, I'm going to close the call to the public, and I want to just note that we have both Supervisor Begay and Supervisor Ryan who have joined us. So we have all 5 board members here. We are now at the item number 2, proclamation. This item, which was consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating February 2021 as National Black History Month, is going to be moved. And so we're moving that to a meeting that will be forthcoming in order to make sure that we can have participation from our advisory council. And this is our African American Diaspora Advisory Council. Members of that council, of our County African Diaspora Advisory Council, every year they put in so much work in organizing community events, cultural exchanges, for people to learn about National Black History Month. And February 2021 is National Black History Month. This is a proclamation that designates February as that. So we do have some time to be able to move this so that members of our council can come and speak to the board about all the exciting community activities that are planned. And then I know that we did have some of our county team members who were going to speak to county organization events that we were going to have for our team members to be able to learn about Black History Month as well. And so we will invite community members and our own county team members to join us at a future board meeting to be able to consider and act on this proclamation. I think the meeting that we were looking at, and perhaps Human Resource Director Philpott can help me, we were looking at which meeting in terms of moving this, or County Manager Jane?
Yeah, Madam Chair, it's been confirmed for the 26th, which will be our next board meeting. We don't meet next Tuesday. So HR staff has confirmed the 26th with the council. Hi, Erica.
Yes, thank you, County Manager Jane. Really appreciate that. Yes, we have confirmed the 26th, and we'll be excited to have everyone able to join in the conversation on that date. Thank you, Chair Archuleta.
Great, wonderful. Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. So we'll just then, do we need any type of action to move that, or we'll just, is the announcement that I made just fine?
I have been working with the clerk to confirm that it will be moved to the 26th.
Okay, great. Well, then I'll just state that this item number 2 will be moved to January 26th. We will consider it at that time. And now I'd like to move on then to our next item. That'll bring us to an action item. This is consideration and possible action regarding selection and appointment of a chair from among the Board of Supervisors to serve a term that begins January 12th at this meeting shortly and ends on October 12th, 2021. So why don't we take one at a time and have some discussion, or we can move into a motion in terms of who we would select amongst the 5 of us to be the chair and the vice chair. So first of all, as the chair.
Good evening. I'd like to make a motion that we nominate or appoint Matt Ryan for chair of the Board of Supervisors.
Great. There is a motion that Supervisor Ryan be named the chair. Is there a second? Okay, Supervisor Horstman, I see your hand up.
Madam Chair, I would second that nomination.
Wonderful. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion to select and appoint Supervisor Ryan as the chair of the Board of Supervisors from January 12th through October 12th, 2021, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. Wonderful. Congratulations, Supervisor Ryan. We now need to go to the next part of this and this action item, which is to appoint a vice chair to serve the same term, which begins January 12th, 2021 and ends October 12th, 2021. Is there a motion? Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It is my great pleasure to move into vote for Vice Chair Lena Fowler.
Thank you. Is there
I'd like to second that motion.
Excellent. There's a motion and a second that Supervisor Fowler be appointed vice chair. Any further discussion? Great. Well, I'm very supportive of that and very supportive of Supervisor Ryan being the chair as well. So hearing no further discussion, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. And I will say that it does take extra work, extra dedication and commitment to be both the chair and to be the vice chair. And so I really want to thank my colleagues, Supervisor Ryan and Supervisor Fowler, for taking up the additional responsibilities to be able to serve as chair and vice chair. Both of them have been chairs of the Board of Supervisors before. Both of them have been vice chairs of the Board of Supervisors before, and they've exhibited incredible leadership. And so really appreciate them and bringing that capacity to the Board of Supervisors. So with that, that means that my chairmanship has come to a conclusion, and I will hand the gavel, the virtual gavel, over to Supervisor Ryan, who is now Chair Ryan.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, I didn't comment during the motion, but I appreciate, thank you, Supervisor Begay and Supervisor Horstman for the nominations. This is a great opportunity, but it's a lot of work. And speaking of a lot of work, I wrote down a few comments related to Liz and her chairmanship. And, Liz said it too succinctly. There are a lot of activities that the chair conducts that Liz has been involved in this past year. There are special meetings that are happening constantly, organizing, setting up pieces of what will move forward together with Jimmy and staff, with the county manager and staff on what's happening. There are times that Liz has been down to the Capitol repetitively to advocate for and actually lock in that $1.5 million that we needed, that we were looking for associated with the response. But it's being engaged and being that spokesperson that she has done so well. It's testifying. She led the effort, the COVID-19 effort. We had to declare emergency, and during an emergency, the chairs put in a position where they then are the primary voice for the policy element associated with the emergency. So that itself was such a huge endeavor. And it's obviously working together with staff, working together with other agencies, fortifying what we need to do. When you're in an emergency, it's organized chaos. What do you do? How do you do it? How do you improve it? And Liz has come forward and has done an excellent job, had a lot of extra hours, long days, and constant work, giving up weekends and continuing to be there for the COVID response. She then had to learn how to work with implementing virtual meetings as we're all working through. So if I mess up, please let me know and be patient with me. But Liz, what a challenge associated with that. But you've done well working together with Eric and with Lindsay, our clerk, and getting these meetings to run along and run smoothly. And always your level of diplomacy during them has been excellent. You've, other pieces going out and working together with Jimmy, meeting with staff, and hearing them out and what they're experiencing during COVID, and sharing your own experience of being a mom and having to deal with your own situation. And I think that's been really good for our employees to hear, what your challenges are and what they're experiencing, and sharing that. A lot of advocacy on behalf of the census in this past year has been a big element. Another piece that we look at is we don't even think of it right now, but we just went through elections. To be a chairman during elections when everybody's got a raised level of anxiety, and managing our way through that, that's been just commendable for what you've done, Liz. So, and while that happened, Liz got elected to her 7th term. So congratulations, Liz, for everything you did. But then stepping up with the orientation for the new board and working together with Jimmy and staff on that. Just really appreciate all your work that you've done with that. And I want to ask you to speak to this, but I want to reach out to the other board members and see if they would like to comment. Oh, there you go. I see Supervisor Horstman, Patrice, raising her hand. Patrice?
And I also, Matt, just wanted to add my extreme congratulations to Liz for a job well done. And I so appreciate, Liz, your leadership, your warmth, your collegiality, you're willing to step up and help us newbies find our way. And I just so appreciate everything you have done since my coming on the Board of Supervisors, but also as a community member. I've watched you over the years, and my sincere congratulations for a job well done, and a big thank you for everything you've done for the county. So thanks so much.
I have Supervisor Begay out there. Judy? Oh, I saw you disappear, and then I had Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Liz. Liz has such a sport, she has her family, she has her, she is so busy. Being the chair, you still have your committees. Yet you're also still the spokesperson for the board, for the county. And this year, when COVID hit, the pandemic hit, it was chaotic there for a while. What do we do? Setting up the hotel for people that have contracted the virus, that was a big step. And then we created the city towns meetings, the school superintendent's meeting, the economic development with all of the businesses, and then at the same time still advocating with the state legislators as well as congressional delegation, and then you have your family and having your child pulled out of school, have to figure out what to do at home and how to do. It's a huge undertaking. I think being the chair is when you say selfless, it really is that position, because you are in demand all the time. And Liz, you carry it out just so gracefully, as though there is nothing else in the world. What is before you is before you. And here is all these other things going on. So I really appreciate your leadership. It's really great to always work with you. We all work together, and we try to help out here and there, but you really carried the ball for everything. You really are an amazing leader to be able to take us through this. And then just wondering how we're going to manage our budget and how we're going to do all of that. It was just really amazing. So thank you so much for your leadership.
Chairman Ryan, you're muted.
There you go. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate that. I'll have to keep practicing on this. And I see Supervisor Begay's popped up and popped out. Okay. Oh, there she is. Okay. Let's see. And Liz, would you like to?
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make a few comments. I do appreciate that very much. So first and foremost, I want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank Vice Chair Fowler. I want to thank now Chair Ryan, and I want to thank Supervisor Horstman and Supervisor Begay for just the very, very kind words. I want to thank former Supervisor Babbitt and former Supervisor Parks for just the last 11 months with me being the chair. It really wasn't, it's an honor and a privilege to be the chair of the Board of Supervisors. I want to thank all of you for this beautiful bouquet that I received a couple of hours ago with a very kind message thanking me for my leadership and service as chair of the board. Thank you. It's wonderful to have people that you work with that are so kind and considerate. So thank you very much for that. It really is it makes it easy when you have an incredible and committed and dedicated board of supervisors. It's easier to be the chair when that happens. And as was mentioned, everybody rolled up their sleeves and jumped in and really worked very hard in the past 11 months, which, demanded time and attention and commitment from everyone to be able to lead us through COVID, and we're still doing that. And so I really appreciate that. I appreciate your confidence in me. One of the things, Matt, in some of the accomplishments and some of the challenges that we had to overcome and that I helped lead is one of the things that I can say is that I have always found that in this position, whether it be on the Board of Supervisors or the chair of the board, you always learn. You never reach the peak of your learning. There's always going to be something new to learn. There's always going to be something that requires attention, that requires leadership to keep things moving and going and to meet community needs. And so that's one of the things that is so exciting about serving on the Board of Supervisors, and certainly as being the chair of the board, is that there is a lot of opportunity for learning and for growth. And I especially want to recognize County Manager Jane. I want to recognize Deputy County Manager Andriani, Deputy County Manager Keene, and former Deputy County Manager Peoples. Truly, the Board of Supervisors and the County Manager's office is a team. And so we approach our work as that, and together and provide that leadership. And I want to thank them for not only their support, but for ensuring that the Board of Supervisors had information that they needed, and that I was, informed and utilized to advocate for our county in the past 11 months. And then I want to thank all of our team members at the county. We have over 1,000 team members throughout Coconino County, and certainly I never felt alone in the past 11 months. We probably connected more than ever through the virtual platforms. And that's one of the things that you talk about a learning curve, is being able to create accessibility and to maintain communication and to maintain a sense of team and camaraderie through the use of technology and doing things virtually. So we all had a very steep learning curve, and we also acknowledge that we miss each other. We continue to miss each other and have missed each other and that personal face-to-face interaction. But certainly we've all had our challenges, and I want to just acknowledge the fact that our team members have been just incredible. They continue to do their work. They continue to meet the needs of our community, and they're doing it in a virtual platform, which is it's outstanding. And every day I think about just the incredible organization that we have and the people that work in our organization. And I'm just grateful for their dedication and for their commitment to public service. Lastly, I would like to thank a couple of people, and that is I'd like to thank my executive assistant, Teresa Munoz, who truly I would not be able to be as effective and as available if it were not for her, because she certainly helps keep the work moving. She makes sure that I have what I need to do what is required as chair of the board and as a county supervisor. So I want to thank her for her work. She has been with me and by my side for 22 years. And so when someone is with you for that long, you certainly begin to even finish one another's sentences, and that's the case with her. And then lastly, of course, not least, I want to thank my husband, Franklin Willis, and my son, Demetrius Archuleta Willis, because they certainly did see me in a whole different light the past 11 months, being on virtual meetings, trying to balance many roles, as each of us have been doing. And they have been supportive of me all along the way. And so thank you. It's been, again, just want to communicate that it's been a tremendous honor and privilege. And I stand ready to support Chairman Ryan and Vice Chair Fowler. And I know that it'll be seamless. They'll step right in, and they're incredible leaders and ready to assist in whatever I can. Thank you.
All right. There are others that wish to comment. Okay. Seeing none. One last piece is, and I reached out to the former board because we have everybody that's just coming on, our new board members, but I reached out to our former board, and we all chipped in a little bit and help provide the flowers, and we also just sent you a Wayfair gift certificate from the old board, just thanking you for everything that you've done, Liz. So really appreciate it. So look in your email. Gregory sent it somewhere out there. I'm not sure which way he sent it for me.
Well, that's very kind of you. Thank you very much. Completely unexpected, and it very much appreciated.
All right. Okay. And then Supervisor Begay, I see your picture coming on, but you're frozen again. And I know Supervisor Begay, you're going to have you're having bandwidth problems, and we'll work with you if you end up getting frozen up there. So the next item. Oh, are you trying to speak?
I want to say thank you, Liz. I don't want to be a long person to say thank you, Liz. With a very short time I've known her, getting on the board and spending the last month on the job, I really appreciated her in areas of getting things together, getting things organized, and really reaching out. So I just want to say thank you to Liz. And sooner or later, Patrice and I will have an opportunity, hopefully. But I just want to say thank you very much. And I know it takes a lot, even just being a regular board member, but being a board chair, it does take a lot out of you. And
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. That's very, very kind. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Begay. As we noted, Supervisor Begay has bandwidth challenges right now, but please, if you do struggle with that, please reach out to Lindsay or Eric by text, if you could, Judy, and if we're getting beyond you, and I want to make sure that you have your opportunity to participate with that. So with that, I'll go ahead and move on to our next matter of business. Right now, we have our consent agenda, and the consent agenda for the Board of Supervisors are items number 4 through 9. And these are matters that are usually routine in nature. They might be renewals of contracts, or we may have had presentations and study sessions. And instead of moving them all as single actions, we combine them. But I pause now to see if any of the board members wish to separate any of the consent agenda. Liz?
Yes, I'd like to separate item 8 for a comment, please.
Okay, item 8. Any other items? I'll pause and again, if I get moving too quick and you're not getting a chance, please let me know, and or work with Eric and Lindsay on that as well, or Jimmy. Jimmy's out there on text too. Okay, so I'm not seeing anybody wishing to remove anything else. So I need a motion to consider items 4 through 9 of the consent agenda for approval, with the exception of separating item 8 to be considered separately.
I so move.
Mr. Chair, I move that, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Patrice.
Make the motion, I'll second.
I move that we approve the consent agenda from number 2 to 9, or is it 3?
It's 4 through 9 with the
Okay,
exception
4
of 8.
through 9 for, and we have separated number 8. I make the motion.
I have a motion by Supervisor Fowler. I need a second.
I will second that motion.
Second by Supervisor Horstman. Any comments? Seeing no comments, I'll call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Right.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. And what that means is we just approved items 4 through 9, but we've separated 8. And so Supervisor Archuleta.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted just to bring this this item to the board and to bring it forth to the public, because it is such an exciting project. And I know that Cynthia Nemeth, our Parks and Rec director, has been working on this, and it's just very innovative. And I know tonight, Diana Sanchez, the executive director of Literacy Volunteers, wanted to be on the meeting, but unfortunately she had a prior commitment. And so she, although we haven't taken action on this item, she in advance wanted to thank the county for just the enthusiasm for this project, and was wanted to tell us just what a special addition this is going to be for our community over at Sawmill Park. And so obviously people know Sawmill Park has a special place in my heart. It's in my district, and it is something that I founded. And so I wanted just to turn it over to Cynthia, if she wouldn't mind, just to briefly tell us about this really creative and amazing project. Cynthia?
Chairman Ryan and supervisors, I'm, like you said, Supervisor Archuleta, this is really a very, very exciting project. And just, it brings together community. And it's one of these projects that really speaks to partnerships. And so we're working with the Literacy Center. It will be an opportunity for them to fundraise for their great cause. But in addition, it will provide a very unique recreational experience that will enlighten people culturally. It also has a physical component to it and a literacy component to it as well. And so there will be about 8 story stands at Sawmill County Park. Each stand will feature a few pages of a story, a children's story, and they'll be, at a height that children will be able to see them. It'll be in English and Spanish, and we're also looking at the ability of installing QR codes where folks could hear the story in other languages as well. And then just another really great aspect of this program is that we have engaged a local children's author, Monica Brown. She has graciously offered her book to be the book that we highlight for the first year to 2 years. And the idea is that the stories would change out every year, every 2 years at the latest. So we're very excited about the project, and it's been a great working relationship with the Literacy Center already. So looking forward to it.
All right.
Mr.
Yeah.
If I may, so with
Please.
that, I just want to recognize you, Cynthia, and thank you for your work on this. This is so innovative. I mean, so now when you go to Sawmill Multicultural Art and Nature Park, you can learn about nature, you can learn about conservation, you can learn about the environment, you can learn about various cultures, you can now, practice your literacy skills. I mean, it's really been amazing. And of course, all the art that's out there. So it's really a fine addition. And this is Literary Arts. It's a fine addition to the park, and just wanted to recognize you and your part in this. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make the motion to approve the partnership agreement between Coconino County Parks and Recreation and the Literacy Volunteers of Coconino County, the Literacy Center, for funding, coordinating, and constructing a story path at Sawmill Multicultural Art and Nature County Park.
And I have a motion by Supervisor Archuleta. I need a second.
I very happily second that motion.
And I have a second by Supervisor Horstman. Any discussion? I'll probably have a little discussion just real quick. I remember the days when we were, part of the reason we have this park was Liz's advocacy, but not only that, negotiating the park in place as we move forward with the, where do we locate the jail, with the creation of the jail district way back when. And Liz worked very hard. Considering the communities, there should be a benefit associated with the communities, but the focus has been on art, and you've always championed that, and so it's been really good in that way. So,
Mr. Chair, I would just like to then also, before you call for the vote, if I could just also recognize the Literacy Center and Diana Sanchez and her part in this as well. I did mention her early on, but again, want to compliment her.
oh, and a really unique project. Well worth that. Okay, any further comments? No further comments. I'll go ahead and call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? Oh. And I take that's an aye, Lena, Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I
apologize.
No, I'm going a little too fast. I need to slow down and get used to it. All right. Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, the next item that we're moving on to is we're going to begin to step into our action items. This next item is an update and discussion and possible action regarding the Coconino County response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And we have many players out there, but we have county management. So I would turn to you, Jimmy. Do you want to kick this one off?
There we go. Thank you, Chair Ryan. Appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion. Congratulations to you and to Vice Chair Fowler. Just a warm, Mr. Chair, just a warm thank you to Supervisor Archuleta. Sitting in my role, I have a unique seat in dealing with the chair on a very regular basis with members of the board, but specifically the chair. And it has been, I've been in public service for 30 years and dealt with a lot of elected officials. And Chair, I'm sorry, I have to break that habit too. Supervisor Archuleta, she'll always be Chair Archuleta to me. But Supervisor Archuleta is a special person who I have truly enjoyed getting to know at a deeper level and spending a lot of time together on conversations. You really get to know somebody when you're spending that time together on substantive issues, on some lighter stuff as well, but really hearing and learning the heart of somebody. And Liz, I have really appreciated that, and get to know better who you are and your care for people, your care for serving the public interest, for those that entrusted you to this seat. But for you, it's not just about District 2. It's about Coconino County, but it's also about good public policy in our state and our nation. And you are actively involved in those things. When you go to NACO with Supervisor Archuleta, you can't go anywhere because you're stopped every 3 feet with somebody who knows Liz. But it also told me the depth of the relationships that Supervisor Archuleta has, both locally in the state and in this country. And you've earned that over the years that you've been intimately involved in your role and what you do, and have a great deal of respect and admiration by a lot of people around this county, this state, and this country, but definitely have my respect and admiration. I'm just really honored and privileged to have the opportunity to work with you.
Thank you, Jimmy.
So moving on, Mr. Chair, I wanted to call on our interim HHS director, Kim Musselman. We are obviously, we just got some other emails on updates from the states. So Kim and the HHS team is doing a Herculean job in this space right now. And we all know, but reminded regularly, that we are really at a point of 1 year since we initially stood up our incident command structure initially, like taking the initial look at there's something happening in the world that may be coming our way. How do we make sure that we are prepared for that? But Kim has, especially with the departure of Dr. Peoples, as Supervisor Archuleta mentioned earlier, Kim has now just over a 6-month period been serving as the interim HHS director. And Kim, I just first want to say thank you to you for your valiant work and your leadership in a very trying, challenging time. Right now we're at a point of, and I've talked about this before, of sustainability, where we've been at this now fully going about this for just about 11 months now. I know the team is taxed, but the team also has stepped up and performed and responded in our one county response. This isn't just about HHS, it's about a team of public servants throughout our county and our communities that are banding together to serve people in community. And I know Kim has and has worked diligently with DCM Keene and the team to put together the presentation this evening to give you an update and also to take your questions, your comments, your thoughts as we continue to respond and be a leader in public health in our state. So Kim, I just want to say again, thank you for your service, your leadership, and that of the HHS team. It is greatly appreciated and look forward to continuing to partner with you and your team moving forward in helping to, especially as we're entering this new phase of vaccination, which is not going to, I mean, this is a long-term commitment. And I know the response is improving every day. So Kim, Chair Ryan, I'll return the time over to Interim HHS Director, Kim Musselman.
All right. Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you, County Manager Jane, and thank you for those comments and compliments. It's much appreciated. And thank you, Chairman Ryan and Board of Supervisors for the opportunity to talk to you this evening. As Jimmy mentioned, I have several things I want to walk through with you in terms of kind of bringing you what I like to refer to as just really giving you an overview of the current state of our response and how that is relating to some policy decisions that I want to bring to the board for consideration and direct guidance with respect to our next steps. So if you'll give me just a second, I will pull up my presentation here and are you all seeing? Oh, there we go. In presentation mode there. Okay. Can everybody see that now?
That's a yes.
Great. Thank you, Chair Ryan. So I don't want to spend, in the interest of time and a lot of important things to talk about, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on just giving a COVID update, and not that that is not important because it's the whole reason we're doing what we're doing. But I'm going to jump through this pretty quickly so that we can spend the bulk of our conversation on the current state of our response and ultimately vaccination and kind of where we go from here. So with that, I just wanted to briefly share with you the with respect to our last report that was for the date ending January 2nd, and understanding that obviously we continue to remain in the state substantial category of transmission. And as of the January 2nd, we're almost at a 20% positivity rate. What I want to share with you right now is where we are, and this number again is still going up because we have not finished closing out our week ending January 9th. But as you can see on this chart, this is our second week of increasing case counts, and again, the highest week of new cases to date, and now we have exceeded a 20% positivity yield. So again, just that note that we continue to have incredibly wide community transmission and need to have people truly concentrating on staying the course as best that they can with respect to mitigating the spread. So with that, the next piece I'd like to go to is just kind of give you an overview of the current state of the COVID response, and especially for our new board members as well, to kind of understand over the course of the last 11 months where we have been and where we are, and that will lead into some of my recommendations around where I would like the board to consider where we go. So if I can briefly just summarize in a nutshell from the current state of our response, certainly after standing up the incident command, we were quickly into testing operations. As you all know, we operate a full-time testing operation at the Fort Tuthill site. We have been through many renditions of what that looks like, including our providing nasopharyngeal only swabbing, partnering with North Country FMC and other partners as we had provided those services, to pivoting away from our other partners being able to assist us in that operation, going to a Health and Human Services federal model for a brief time. And more recently, we have been providing, and in partnership with ASU, the saliva-based testing, and still performing NP swabbing at our Tuttle location, all the while continuing to travel around the county, providing testing opportunities to our outlying communities. And each and every week, we are in somewhere other location throughout the county providing testing to all of Coconino County. In addition to that, and we have been doing surveillance investigations and monitoring for many, many months. We certainly have been doing surveillance since, prior to January of last year. Investigations and monitoring, and as more and more positive cases, that workload and volume has just magnified exponentially, and especially considering now we are at over 1,100 positive cases just in this last week. In addition to those things, we have continued to be the source of PPE distribution throughout our community, managing large volumes of PPE storage and distribution responsibilities. And then, of course, the Herculean effort of the communications component of all of this work, which includes obviously our call center, which has gone through various states of hours and extended days, and numerous county team members across the entire county assisting in that effort, to scaling it back, and to another point again where we are scaling it back up. Certainly all of the website, social media, dashboard, all of the pieces that our Joint Information Center and extended Joint Information Center team members continue to work on every single day, in addition to responses to our individual constituents and community members. Next piece is the hotel sheltering operations. We also stood up a alternative care site back in March, as you are all fully aware, and operated a very significant hotel operation solely as the county for about 6.5, 7 months. At that time, when we then transitioned to partnering with Blackstaff Shelter Services for our most current partnership, and have been in that since about September. As many of you are aware, that has been an incredible fiscal responsibility. And as was mentioned earlier, we have had the opportunity to submit for a large portion of expenses through DEMA and FEMA reimbursement through an express pay. And then, of course, as Chair Ryan mentioned, and through Supervisor Archuletta's actions as well, being able to advocate to receive additional money from the state to put towards that expense, huge expense that the county's been incurring. And while all of that has been phenomenal and fantastic, there is still about $500,000 in estimated expenses that are not covered from any reimbursement that we anticipate. And if we do get any reimbursement now that the Express Pay portal is no longer operating, anything that would be reimbursement eligible through the FEMA process, we're looking at, at least 2 years out before any of that reimbursement comes through. As we have moved into our partnership with Flag Shelter Services, we are incurring about $45,000 a month in additional expenditures related to the costs that we're paying for the rooms at the Hotel 2 operation, as well as the cleaning expenses and other staff-related expenses associated with that. So I just wanted to share that in terms of, from a fiscal perspective of just with the hotel sheltering operations. And as I go through this, be able to share additional information around that. And then lastly, and certainly not to be overshadowed by any means, we've now just moved into the vaccine distribution and site administration. And an area that where we have received little to no funding from the state or federal government with respect to designated dollars towards vaccine distribution and site administration. In fact, all told to date, we've received $160,000. We had a $125,000 pass-through grant through the state. And then at the end of December, we're notified of an additional $35,000 that we could use towards vaccinations, whether it was our regular clinic vaccinations or COVID-related vaccinations. And the testing operation in conjunction with our vaccine distribution, we have the CLI grant that we had written for and received back in August that allows us to use staff time and pay for staff time and other expenses, both on the testing operation and or on vaccine distribution and site administration. So I just wanted to lead with those things that will become important as we go further in this discussion this evening. Coupled with the vaccine distribution and site administration, just so you have a good little overview of what's all involved in that, that is managing all of the allocation in these early phases of the actual vaccine distribution to our partners, onboarding and readying all partners to receive vaccine and administer vaccine, and also, of course, operating our own site where we are administering vaccines. And of course, as we move further into this process, expansion of how we're going to maximize vaccine distribution, and of course, the advocacy around making sure that we have the vaccine that we need and all of the resources that we need for this process. So with that, I want to kind of lead with where we're at in terms of our phased prioritization. I think most of you are aware, after allowing our phase 1 eligible individuals to book their vaccination appointments, we had approximately 1,500 slots remaining of first doses at our Fort Tuthill location. And so we made this strategic decision last week to move to priority populations that would include phase 1B priority areas to make sure that we were getting vaccine in people's arms as quickly as possible, and allowing our use of all of our available 1A allocation vaccine to be put into circulation. So as we made that move at our Fort Tuthill site on Friday afternoon, pushing that out and announcing it, all 1,600 available appointments were booked within 6 hours on our county site for that. And then, of course, all of our partner entities had locations where folks could go book appointments, and very quickly were overwhelmed with the interest of folks attempting to schedule appointments, and quickly filled up as well with available appointments coinciding with available vaccine. One of the things that I'd just like to point out here with respect to these phase priorities, I know that there has been a level of frustration with respect to us opening it up to this broader priority group, and also trying to find that balance between how we are pushing out vaccine, opening it up to others, and then advocating to and waiting to get additional vaccine doses. We have multiple partners who are part of this vaccination effort, most recently coming on board, as most of you are aware, and we put out on social media as well as on our website, the State Farm Stadium in Glendale had opened up actually, and today was their first day of vaccinating to the phase 1B priority areas specific to that, those educators, law enforcement and fire, and 75+ group. I just got an update tonight that they vaccinated over 6,000 people in the first day. Inside of our county, our partners include Banner Health and Page, North Country Healthcare, and Northern Arizona Healthcare FMC as our current partners. I would just like to mention that North Country, again, as we opened up into these other phases, their system quickly became overwhelmed with the interest. They have set up a system where they're capturing cell phone numbers to be able to send text communications when vaccine appointments are going to be available. They have a clinic in Williams in North Country, a clinic in Williams and the Grand Canyon, of course, a clinic here in Flagstaff, and multiple other clinics across other counties, but they are working to get appointment availability and utilize their vaccine distribution that they've been allocated thus far, and then we'll continue to request additional allocation. And FMC has been vaccinating all of their staff and employees under the 1A category, as was North Country. And then for this week had opened it up to law enforcement. All of their first dose appointments have been filled, and they are exploring with us options to expand and vaccinate additional public. We actually have a meeting later this week with them. They are looking at other locations of where they could expand that, because where they're vaccinating out of the building at the hospital is not large enough to accommodate large volumes and traffic through the building. In addition to that, we have been bringing on multiple other partners and that are in various phases of being ready to start distributing vaccine. The NAU, Northern Arizona University, they have, I just actually got an update this evening. They will begin vaccinating their 1A population beginning this week as they receive their vaccine this week. And then they intend to put in a large order with us, and I'll speak more to vaccine availability in a minute, so that they can start vaccinating their employees the week of January 25th. That information has been put out over social media and communicated to their employees. And I just want to emphasize that the intent of them setting up their point of dispensary pod at NAU will be to be a closed pod and vaccinate NAU staff, faculty, and others exclusively. Canyonlands and Page is onboarded, and we are going to be receiving hopefully a vaccine order from them this week that will then be distributed next week. Safeway pharmacies, there are multiple across the county that we have onboarded, and we are waiting to see if we're going to have allocation for which we can give them, so that there will be additional locations where people can receive vaccinations. And many, many more. I'll just mention a couple others that are pretty significant with respect to our community. Veraho Health will be coming on board. They will be making their first order hopefully this week or by next week, and they anticipate being ready to start vaccinating by the end of January as well, that week of the 25th. Multiple other private physicians' offices and family health care centers are also being onboarded to join in this effort to make sure that we get vaccine distributed throughout our county. So with that, I want to just pivot for a minute and explain to the board and the public with respect to our current vaccine allocations and administration, and the dashboard and information that our Joint Information Center is putting out and on our site, so that people can be informed about where we are and where we are with not only what we've received, but what we've administered. And this screen here is showing just our total vaccines that we have received, that either are at our Fort Tuthill dispensary location or our other partners, and total vaccines administered. And as of yesterday, this was yesterday's numbers, there was just over 4,393 of those that had been distributed. This information is something that we're going to continue to keep updated and out there so that the public can be informed of where we are. I hope that this will help with some of our communication and help in the board in messaging our situation. To give you an idea of where our current partners are in terms of vaccines that they indicated in the last 2 weeks that they likely would be able to administer per week. And so with this, you can see on this screen that there is approximately 2,575 doses per day that could be administered if there is vaccine available to administer at these current locations. And as I indicated, there's many other locations that we're bringing on board. And I just want to make the point here that this is total doses, and for each vaccine that somebody is administered, as you all are aware, there are 2 doses. So that doesn't mean that there is going to be 2,600 first doses available every single week. That will be a combination of first and second doses since we are running phases simultaneously. This little chart here gives you just a picture, hopefully, and hopefully a picture that we can help communicate to our county as well and our communities. With our current allocation of our phase 1, we initially had what was determined to be 8,000, just over 8,000 1A eligible individuals in Coconino County, which represented about 6% of our population. We have about just over 7,000 folks that fall under that law enforcement, protective services, corrections, firefighting, and that's what protective services includes, and our education and childcare community, about 7,000 total, which represents about 5% of our population. And then our adults 75 plus are at just over 6,600 in population in the county, so representing about 5%. So in looking at this chart, that shows you that our current eligible population for the current phases, back in that first chart I showed you, that we, of the phase 1A plus the 1B priority only areas, the eligible population makes up about 16% total of our entire categorized population, uncategorized, with the remainder at that 84%. With our received vaccine, this shows you that with the population that's eligible and our received vaccine of 7,000 doses, it's about 33%. So we have right now, as I said on the other slide, roughly 22,000 people who are eligible under our very narrow defined phases, 1A and 1B priority. And we only have vaccine for 33% of that. So there's the population that is eligible without vaccine received is still at almost 15,000 people. So it's important to note as we talk about the vaccine availability and why we aren't able to even increase appointment availability at this point in time until we are assured we have vaccine. With the addition of the 75 plus, just wanted to share, whoops, excuse me, I'm moving the wrong slide there. Just wanted to point out some of the things that we are working on with respect to protecting our seniors and being able to get that 75 plus population vaccinated in conjunction with all of this. Certainly, as I talked about before, the Glendale Stadium, it is open to all Arizona residents to schedule appointments. There is, of course, the appointments that we had put out. I know there's been frustration about not having available appointments. We are working and have expanded our information, COVID information line, both email and callback, have staffed up in that regard so that we can help best communicate with our seniors. Our pharmacy partnerships, as I was talking about, trying to bring on Safeway and some of those others, the intent of that is to really encourage them to focus on those populations because those are places where seniors are used to going to get their vaccines in many situations. And then, of course, working with our partners, both the North Country, as well as exploring some other options for some specific senior center event planning for our 75 plus population. So while we're talking about that, and I know there has been some frustration and disappointment and information coming in to many of you and certainly to our call center and other places regarding how the process of getting our long-term care residents and our assisted living residents and our group home staff and residents vaccinated. And as I had shared with all of the board earlier in the week, a specific breakdown of communication, I just wanted to kind of highlight it here again, the CDC has engaged the retail pharmacy partners, specifically CVS and Walgreens, to provide the on-site vaccination of those long-term care facility staff and residents. And this allocation, this process and allocation is separate and outside of our jurisdiction and the county's jurisdiction. And what I mean by that is we are not allocating doses to CVS and Walgreens for this population they were accounted for, and the state is making those direct allocations. The point that needs to be made here, and this was made very clear because it hadn't been clear, but it was made clear today on the health officer's call that I was on, this allocation, while it is separate from what we are allocating out at the state level, it is still coming off of the state's vaccine allocations. So what the state has in effect done is attempted to spread limited vaccine throughout the entire state, despite the fact that what that has done is it has slowed the process of being able to get the 1A long-term care facility staff and residents vaccinated, because as you all are aware, counties and other locations are moving on to the other phases before, with their allocations before those have been implemented. And so at the end of the day, the takeaway from this is the shortage of vaccine that's been allocated to our state as a whole is compounding this problem in terms of how long it is taking for the CVS and Walgreens partners to roll out their process to vaccinate our long-term care facility and residents. So I'll pause for a minute because I kind of want to pivot a little bit with respect to our current Fort Tuthill vaccination operation, and also a discussion about the potential of and what would be needed to expand what we're doing. And Chair Ryan, I don't know if you want to entertain any questions to this point or for me to keep going and then take questions after I get through the next couple of slides.
I'm glad we went through the presentation, but it is a good time because it's a lot of information. Yeah. And, you know, a point to make, and, you know, I probably should have said this in the beginning. We understand with the limitations on vaccines, and we're just beginning to implement. We are working through a couple hiccups. Kim is bringing a broader explanation of what the process is and how we're adapting, you know, as we try and work together. But because there is a lot of detail to this information, it's important to pause here and answer questions. And we can keep going in and out just to make sure to help the board members. They're interfacing with the public as well, but we also have the chance for people to view this presentation and get information about this. So with that, I'll go ahead and open it up to the board with questions. I have a couple, but I'll wait. And watching. It looks like Liz is bubbling up. Okay, Liz.
Sure, thank you. So I just want to, so a couple of things I just want to make sure that I understand. So on our website and on the slide, it said that we had 7,275 vaccines and that we have administered, is it correct, 4,393. So the difference between those two, the 2,000 something, are those reserved for second shots or what's happening with those? Tell me, I just want to make sure I understand correctly.
So those are the doses. Thank you, Chair Ryan, Supervisor Archuleta. Those are the doses that are currently allocated to our available appointments that are booked at our Fort Tuthill location, as well as many of our other partner organizations. So that difference is what is still yet to be administered, but that are already booked appointments to actually provide those vaccinations with. So the second doses, those are not even in any of those numbers. We're going to start receiving our second dose allocations actually this week. Those are going to be tracked separately because as we've been saying all along and what we're being assured of is that for every first dose allocation that we are receiving, we are guaranteed a second and matching amount.
Okay, so the 1,500, well, the 1,500 vaccines that were left from 1A for people who didn't sign up for 1A are included in the 4,393 that were already given?
Some of that includes some of those leftover, because that 4,000 number does include some of the 1B prioritization group that we have started vaccinating. Not a whole lot, simply because keep in mind, the 1B prioritization group just started being eligible to even have an appointment yesterday. So it was just appointments that were being administered yesterday, today, by us and our partner entities.
Yeah, so I would like to make a suggestion on the website and on this chart. So I'm reminded, like in a budget, right? Like there is encumbered, and there's, what's been spent and what's remaining. I would like to make a suggestion that somehow we come up with some language where the 2,000 something that are remaining that are for booked appointments, those are not available. Those are already booked. So there has to be a way that then the public sees and understands that they're just not out there.
Chairman Ryan and Supervisor Archuleta, happy to do so. And I don't know if Kim, if you want to go back to that slide real quick. We do have a footnote in on that slide, right under the numbers about those.
Yeah, hang on, sorry.
So while you're doing that, can you guys get this out, get this presentation out to the board also?
Yeah, I saw that footnote and I saw it on our web page as well. I would just suggest like maybe vaccines available, and it would be like 0. I think there's a way that we need to show the math that we're doing. I mean, I just feel like there should be another little box that says, if I do quick math right now, 2,800 and something for appointments from, for appointments already, like you say, already booked. I mean, but I just think there has to be numbers, like the numbers have to match. Just like, a vaccination, like a dashboard, similar to what we're doing with a dashboard with the COVID cases. I don't want to, I'm not going to wordsmith it or come up with it, but I feel like there needs to be something bold and clear in there to make sure the public sees that.
Well, probably along that line, I would think, it's that caveat of putting the tentative language in of while we're showing these numbers, these numbers are changing, and there may not be and shots available. Is that where you're trying to get, Liz? Or do you want, you definitely want to keep a current count, a ticker, like what the national debt is, how they have that kind of thing?
Sure. I mean, if that's available, I would think we know.
I don't know if it is, and I don't want to commit them. But
I don't know that it's available, but the fact is that all eyes are on how many vaccines do you have, how many have you given out, and what's left to give out. Like, how much do you have left to give out? And I think that needs to be clear.
Madam Chair, we certainly, and I will let Kim hop in, but just absolutely can add that number that there are certainly no further vaccines for bookings. What we don't want to have is communicate a message that we have no vaccine for those who have booked. Right. That was our concern with putting a big 0 in there, is for those that have made a commitment to come get a vaccine, that we're not communicating that we are out of doses, but we're out of we don't have the capacity for future appointments. And that's what you're getting to. So we definitely, hearing that, can put that together.
So you just hit the nail on the head. I mean, that should probably be the language. Doses booked. That would be the 2,800 and some that are left.
Correct.
That's the exact language. Doses booked. I mean, I understand that. So yeah, I think that's, and then all the numbers add up.
So I see Lena sitting out there. I want to make sure you finish your questions, Liz, and we can come
No,
back to.
I'm good for now. I'll go on the next round.
Okay, and I had Patrice out there too on it. I got Lena up, so why don't you go ahead, Lena?
Okay, thank you. I want to thank you for Kim and your team for really working with, I guess, all of us with me to answer questions that have been coming in, and communicating and helping me post information on Facebook. I think that's really important. Communication has to be out in the community. There's so much confusion that is taking place that we've been trying to just talk through, and complicated to answer at times. So I want to find out what the numbers that are on the website and what the partners that we have, are they those numbers included in the 7,000, or is that separate from the 7,000? And how much is out there? As you know, Mayor from City of Page is saying banner is out of vaccines. You know, those, how do we know, and when, how do we answer those kinds of questions? The other is that how do we get information from our partners, and when do people know that they should go to the partners there rather than coming to the county, Fort Tuthill, aside from going to the nearest hospital, nearest vaccine site near you? So that would be a question. Next question is, CDC, or actually the administration just said they lowered the age to 65. I know Navajo Nation has already implemented the 65 age, and so we've been sharing information on the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation, saying they're giving vaccines to 65 and older. So that would be my next question. Thank you.
Okay, so Supervisor or Vice Chair Fowler, Chair Ryan, and I apologize, Vice Chair Fowler, I was having a little trouble hearing you at the beginning, but then you got louder as I got to your questions. But I'm going to start with, I think your first question, unless you had three, was that first of all, thank you for acknowledging, yeah, there's a lot of information, and really appreciate all of the board's assistance in terms of sharing the information. In terms of how people know where to go for appointments, and knowing what kind of vaccine is available. Again, that is truly at this point in time based off of their appointment availability. We know how much we allocate to each of the partner entities. We have to track that because we actually make the orders for them. That number is inclusive in our vaccines received number. So if we have drawn down on our allocation and we have ordered specific amounts for our different partners, though that gets delivered directly to their location, and that is what they utilize for their appointments. And then they're going to start this week now having to order their second doses in conjunction with the first doses that they have. So when the frustration about when people are contacting locations and they're saying they're out of vaccination, they are with respect to the appointments. They have vaccination for the appointments they have booked, but they do not have additional vaccination to book additional appointments. So hopefully that gives a little clarity to that. With respect to how people get notice about where they can go, in addition to the things that we're doing, and I'll let Eric jump in on this as well, but in addition to the information that we're pushing out from the county, all of our partners who have open pods, and what I mean by that is that they are not just vaccinating their employees only, which was the case with FMC initially, and it was still closed even with the few vaccines that they had remaining that were open to law enforcement through employers specifically. The ADHS website now has a interactive map where you can go and see what vaccine locations are near you, you can click on it and then it gives you the information and the links to those specific locations where people can go to try to book appointments. So hopefully that answers at least where we stand with that right now. And we also have all that information on our website. There are actual boxes across on the vaccine page that you can actually click on. Page banner, for example, North Country, even the State Farm location, and then click into their actual sites. I know folks are having frustration because they're not able to actually get into those sites for some of our partners, and that is because they do not have appointments right now. Once they free up additional appointments, that's why we're encouraging the public to check back frequently, because as we get more vaccine, they will open up more appointments. As people cancel appointments, they will open up new appointments. And those are all managed independently by each entity that is partnering with us. And then, Madam Chair, I apologize, I did not catch your last question.
I think you answered the questions. It was just, trying to, just the really discussions that we have made, just trying to make it public where people understand there's limited vaccines. Partners don't drive all the way to Fort Tutt Hill. If you live in Page, wait until Banner Health has appointments open again to be able to go there. And then for Fredonia, we're trying to work with all these Encompass, Safeway Pharmacy, and Canyonlands to see if we can be able to get some vaccines there. Marble Canyon, they need to go to Page and make those appointments. The other that, as you know, that we've been getting information on is that not everybody has a computer and Wi-Fi to be able to register online. So what do? And in your last email of explanation said to had a phone number to call to. I think it's really important to really get that out. And that, as you know, that's been, we've received quite a few information on that, about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I did remember what your last comment and question was, and that was with respect to the CDC now and the federal government making a change with respect to the 65 plus. Yes, that has just been released today. I actually intended to speak about that a little bit further in the presentation, but now is as good a time as any. The recommendations from the CDC have to go to our state VAPAC committee, that is the vaccine allocation and advisory council, with respect to how we in the state are going to consider any changes in allocation. That has not, they have just been sent a survey. We do not know where they're going to come back on that recommendation. I will share that as on the health officers call today, we all expressed significant concern around that, given the fact that we don't even have enough vaccine to currently vaccinate the small 1B population that we have opened already, much less if we open other things. And that potentially completely changes the prioritization and may even put us in a position, and I'm not saying it's the wrong thing to do, I'm just saying this so that you all understand and that ultimately we can help the public understand. If those changes come into place, we may also be in a position to not be able to keep offering vaccines to some of those other priority groups that we already have opened it up to, including, potentially education, other types of groups, if we are being told to pivot and focus on 65 plus and those with other underlying health conditions. So there's a lot of moving parts and pieces to this that came out of the Trump administration's recommendations. As many of you may be aware, also breaking today is that when it's not entirely breaking today, but the Biden administration, they are also looking at opening up, sending much more vaccine to the states, not holding on to what is the second dose allocations that they were stockpiling, for lack of a better word, to make sure we had second dose because they seem to be confident that the production can keep up with it. So those are all things that we're that we are going to be waiting on hearing this information. And I just share with you that that adds to all of the information, trying to manage public's expectations in conjunction with all the things that are constantly changing for us in terms of being able to turn it out to the public. So that's my somewhat long-winded answer to that question, but we don't know where we're going to have to go with that yet, but it is very likely we could be going there. And as Chair Fowler, you indicated, the Navajo Nation is already doing that because they get their directives directly from the federal government. And as you and I have discussed many times, and I think it's important for all to hear, that at the state level and at the county level, it is different because it goes through the state, through the feds, through the state, and then to the county. So we have different processes in place for our state and our county overall versus our tribal nations.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if I may just add just one more information.
Yeah, go ahead, Lena. And then let's see if we can get to other board members after you. Okay.
Yes. I just want to add that on Friday, January 15th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Tuba City High School Pavilion, Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation will have a vaccine drive-through, and you have to be registered with the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation, and it's 65 and older. So just want to thank Kim and her team for answering all the questions and everything that we're trying to answer people's questions, and other electeds, the local governments, and other agencies' questions. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
And so I want to just make sure the other board members have a chance to ask at this point, but we do have more of the presentation going. This is an important topic. I'll note that we're a little off schedule, and I'm going to suggest that we consider, and we can look at this a little bit later, that we move the legislative, so items 11 through 14, board roundtable, until later. We will have an executive session that we can push a little further, but probably do that beforehand. But this is a very important topic. Vaccines are just coming out. People are curious to know about information. So let me just check in. Other board members?
Yes. Mr. Chair?
Yeah, if you could, Patrice, go ahead. I didn't see you out there. There you are. Okay.
Thank you. And Kim, first of all, I want to acknowledge that, and it's been said, this is the biggest logistical effort that we have faced since World War II. And I acknowledge that you all are doing it with very little federal or state guidance, and with not a whole lot of additional money or supplies or materials to be able to handle this. And, I want to thank you personally for you stepping up, and others for handling a lot of the questions that I'm getting, and I'm getting a lot from members in District 1 and people here who live in Coconino County. So, I just want to tell you, I really appreciate what you're doing. And, I do have some questions, because these questions are getting asked to me a lot. It looks like the vaccines received, the 7,275, those were the ones that you ordered for 1A. Is that correct? Those are the 1A.
Correct, and we will likely still have a few more doses that are allocated. We've been each week getting a few additional that were not planned, that are being allocated to us, still in 1A. So that number will go up a little bit as we are able to draw that down, hopefully this week. So I just want you, but yes, 1A.
Thank you for that.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, and I've been trying to get that information out. So my question then is, do you have the order in for 1B? And if you have the order in, how much is the order for? Is it just for the top tier of 1B? Is it for all of 1B? And do you have any expectations of when you may be getting that your order, some of it starting to come in, is really what I'm looking for.
So we do not have are a total order number because we don't even know what we can order until the federal government, CDC, opens up and releases what is the state allocation, and then the state takes what they get and they tell us what we can draw down from. So all of the numbers that were utilized when I showed you those charts back on with respect to our total population and those numbers about the, in fact, I can even go back to that when we go there for just a minute because it'll help paint this picture. On this chart here, these were all things that were done out of the Department of Economic Security when there was data that was pulled from the state to estimate how many people fell into which phases and groupings. So with that being said, the state has that information. They drew that down separately. We weren't asked to, we didn't even get the opportunity to provide any clarification around that. And so initially, for example, our healthcare personnel providers, that number originally was smaller. And as there was updated information and information that we were sharing based off of surveys and things that we had submitted to employers, that was where they had landed on that 8,200 number. So to answering your question, we don't know how much our total 1B allocation is going to be. We don't have a number for that. We don't even have a number for what our total allocation, although I'm hoping because of this chart here, that our total allocation for 1B, the prioritized groups, is going to, with 1A and 1B combined, is going to total at least 22,000 because we know that is what falls in there. And again, and that's just the current 1A and those 1B prioritized groups, very limited as we've discussed what falls in there. So we do not know when we're going to be able to even start ordering our 1B allocation. We hope to get information about that this week. The call that I was on this afternoon, the state normally receives from CDC by about 9 a.m. on Tuesday what the allocation order when it becomes available. As of my 2 p.m. call, they had not seen that yet from the CDC. So just to give you a picture of what we're dealing with. And so with that being said, Supervisor, what we have been told is that we should expect to start seeing our 1B allocations the 1st of February.
And that's that we hope the 22,056, and that's just for the top tier of 1B. And then you're going to have the bottom tier of 1B. And I'm not sure if you have a number as to what that might be. And you may not.
I don't have a number, a good solid number to give you tonight, but what I can share with you is if you look at that 121,420 remaining as uncategorized, knowing how many of our workforce falls into essential frontline service provision and workers, coupled with our 65 plus and other things. 65 plus right now isn't in there, but I would say that at least 2/3 of that 121,000 is going to be 1B.
Okay, and that wouldn't surprise
The majority of our folks fall in that, and I don't want to, I mean, I can get some more breakdown hopefully around that, but I don't have that tonight.
So then what I want to know, let's assume all of a sudden we start getting vaccines. I want to know what is the capacity that the county has to get those vaccines into the arms of our residents. From what you gave, that one slide, when you talked about FMC 500, North Country Healthcare, and Grand Canyon 150, North Country Healthcare Flag, NAU, that comes out to 2,595 in a week, which given our population isn't a lot. So assuming we had the vaccines coming in, what's our capacity to get those vaccines in the arms of our residents?
So until, thank you, Chair Ryan, Supervisor Horstman, until we know how many of our other partners, we've got so many other partnerships already in play, which are going to exponentially increase that number. So the number you just provided about that 2,500 a week, that is going to multiply exponentially with bringing on all sorts of other partners. So I don't have a definitive number, and I apologize, we're just not quite there yet because of the partners are still trying to figure that out as well, what their capacity can be to administer. And also being able to break that out in terms of total appointments that include first and second doses. So this gets extra math complicated because we have the second doses. So
Right.
I don't have a definitive answer. I am confident, though, that it is going to increase exponentially because of that capacity of all of our other partners.
Good. And then
Further in this presentation, that's some of the other information I want to share with you about our options of increasing our capacity, even at the county level, in addition to bringing on these other partners. So that's kind of the next phase I want to walk you to talk about that.
I have one more question, then I'm really looking forward to that because that's a really important piece of the puzzle here, getting these into the arms of our residents. But long-term care, I'm getting a lot of questions. I am explaining that long-term care is basically CDC has contracted directly with the pharmacies, CVS and Walgreens, not the county. County doesn't have any control over this. But I have a question to ask you, and maybe you don't know. Have there been any long-term care facilities in Flagstaff or in Coconino County that have that they've done any vaccinations? Do you know?
So, and I apologize, I don't have that document pulled up to reference right this moment, Supervisor Horstman, but I do know that 2 of our long-term care facilities have already been contacted and have appointments scheduled to begin vaccination either at the end of this week or the first part of next week.
Good.
I can get that. I would just need to search for that and on a computer screen, and I can get that information. But we do know that at least 2 of them have actually been contacted by those pharmacies and scheduled appointments with them. Many of the others have not even heard from the pharmacy yet, and we heard from the state today. The reason that is because they're not even allowed to communicate with those entities until the state has allocated them vaccination.
Thank you. Thanks, Kim. And I'd love to get that information if I can. Thank you.
You bet. And Supervisor, that was included in that document that I forwarded. I think it was just yesterday. I don't even know which day it is, right? That inside of that document, it had the breakdown of which facilities are scheduled to start receiving vaccination. But I will get that back out to you all.
Thank you so much.
It looks like Supervisor Begay has questions. Go ahead, Judy.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
And for the report that you provided to us. My question is, under the 84% of the uncategorized of 121,420, you're stating about 2/3 of that is already been sort of like earmarked, and we know where that's going to go. So then we will be, and so I'm thinking that 1AB would be kind of maybe somewhat taken care of, but then the others, the community, other portion of the ones that are not going to be getting the vaccine until probably March or so. I was wondering about what percent that would be overall. What are your thoughts on that? The other thing is that Patrice brought up the issue regarding long-term care. We're hearing a lot of that, and as far as why they're not being, they're not getting their vaccinations while other counties are getting their vaccinations. And so you did explain that, but I know that I know reporting is complicated because, you have to work with all sorts of organizations, departments, to get your information to us. But I think what I'm going to ask is possibly, just keep us updated on a daily basis or something so we can convey that to our people in the in the county. So I think a lot of it is what Supervisor Fowler said. We need to educate the public because there's a lot of information that's out there that comes back to us, and we're being asked, and a lot of it, is just I don't know if it's hearsay or what, but we're getting all these different numbers and everything. But I know that it helps what you provided to us. Then your breakdown for the uncategorized would be great information, plus the information that Patrice has asked for. So just an update, information, and I know the adults of 65 and over is being dealt with, under reservation. But I see that with your 6,696, that 5% adults at 75 and plus. So there's variances in, how everybody's doing their vaccinations and who they're affording these vaccinations to. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ryan, Supervisor Begay. I just want to make one clarification with respect to that uncategorized. What that means right now is just that that is not broken down by who's eligible in the rest of 1B, 1C, and then phase 2 and phase 3. So that's assuming that 121,420, and keeping in mind, those are the Coconino County residents that are not included. So what is not included in that number, of course, are Navajo Nation residents that are residing in Coconino County, because they were counted separately under the Navajo Nation. And so I just want to be clear that it's not that they're totally uncategorized. It just means that we haven't broken that out in terms of populations that are going to fall in those other 1B phases and 1C, because first of all, we know those keep changing on us. So we haven't done that. But my statement I had made earlier was that knowing how many people in Coconino County work in essential services, frontline services types of employment, we know that number is very large for even just the remainder of the 1B phases, people that would be eligible for those 1B phases, not including the 65 plus, all of the folks that are, don't fall into any of those other service related categories. So hopefully that clears that piece up a little bit. I was able to actually find this document that I sent you all, and I'm actually forwarding that back out to you right now as the board, but I just wanted to back to the skilled nursing piece. And as you brought up also Supervisor Begay and Supervisor Horstman, that so our skilled nursing facilities, our Haven of Flagstaff, the Peaks and Aspire, Wellbrook Senior Living, our assisted living facilities are Brookdale, the Peaks, Olivia White Hospice, and then we have multiple group homes that fall under many different Department of Developmentally Disabled group homes that are licensed. And so the projected vaccination timeframes that we know right now are for our skilled nursing facilities. We know that the initial vaccinations in the state began the week of December 28th. The Haven of Flagstaff has reported it will receive its first round of vaccines on January 14th and 15th. So this week, with the second round in mid-February. And other skilled nursing facilities are waiting to learn their date. So to clarify, I said I thought 2 had been notified. It sounds like 1 as of the date of writing this. Our assisted living facilities and our group homes, there has been no vaccination initiation date established yet for these facilities from our partner entities. The best estimate right now is that vaccinations will occur between February and April. I'm hoping that changes, but that is what we're hearing right now. And in all cases, CVS and Walgreens are likely going to need to visit each facility 3 times to be able to vaccinate anyone that they may have missed in their previous visits. So the other piece that I would just add is that we had great success in getting our skilled nursing facilities to sign up for the program. And all in Coconino County, that was 65 facilities, including 4 in Tuba City that registered for this program. And only 1 assisted living facility, and that was the Beehive Homes of Page. They did not register with the program. And so we arranged with them and with Page Banner for them to vaccinate that location. I don't know if that has taken place yet, but that is the agreement that is currently in place. So hopefully that answered some of the questions.
I have one more question. We have families that are possibly wheelchair bound and they're not capable to go to the hospital because they're homebound. And how do you address those? I know there's probably some elderlies that are like that. Is there anyone going into the home or somewhere nearby to give them their vaccination?
This time, those plans, Supervisor Begay, are still being formulated. Both the state is working through some partnerships with Access and other in-home care services within the state to be able to offer some of that in-home type of vaccination. Right now, there is not a plan that is in place for that, certainly not statewide. And that is something that is certainly on our radar as a county, but we're going to need to wait and see what our capacity is, and as well as where the state's going to come in on some of this for some of those homebound individuals. That's also the opportunity to, as we get more and more partners on board, most folks still have hopefully some level of, especially some of those homebound folks have, private physicians, other doctors and places that they go to receive regular medical care. We're hoping to work with those locations so that when they go in for those types of appointments, they can at least go in and also be able to get a vaccination. But more to come on that when I have answers.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, I saw Liz bubble in and out. I know you still have presentation, Kim. And obviously, this is a huge mobilization. We got a big population waiting out there and everybody anxious, but only so many vaccines and that we're working our way through. Liz, did you want to hop in or you want me to continue on here?
Go ahead, Chair Ryan. Why don't you continue on?
Okay, go ahead, Kim. Go ahead with the presentation, please.
Okay. So before we entertained questions, I was getting ready to step into to talk about some planning and discussions that we've had around potential Fort Tuthill vaccination expansion. I'm going to kind of talk through some of this with you. And then as I go through the next couple of slides, talk about what some of our limits are with respect to this expansion. Not only at the Tuthill location, but also any other prospective kinds of things, but then also ways in which we can overcome those limitations. So with that being said, I just want to touch here, certainly if we entertain looking at the Fort Tuthill expansion, an ability to increase our physical shelter and our footprint. And what I mean by that is, for anyone who hasn't seen it yet, our current vaccination footprint is out near the amphitheater. In fact, that's the road you take like you would be going to the amphitheater and amphitheater parking to be able to access the vaccination site. And currently how it is set up, we're utilizing 2 parking lots with 50 plus parking spaces, or maybe it's actually like 20, 30 parking spaces that are in 2 lots that are side by side. The staff who are administering the vaccine are working out of mobile trailers. We have a trailer that we have on loan to us from the Sheriff's Department. And we also recently just brought in another little small mobile trailer that is on loan to us from the Recorder and Elections Office. And so there is really limited protective space with respect to staff and the computers and the other equipment that we're utilizing, because all of the other operation takes place in people's cars. So our current footprint, that's what it is. A couple of options for expanding our current footprint could include getting a couple of additional mobile trailers. We actually have a line on a couple of those, a couple that come without any cost. One potentially through DEMA, like a medical type mobile medical tent that we might be able to get in pretty short order, as well as another sheriff's trailer that's currently up in Page that we could potentially utilize. And then we also have, as I'd mentioned earlier, about $35,000 that we could utilize if we needed to procure another type of site or mobile type of venue. So that's one option that we could, doing everything that we're still doing and currently doing, we could expand and basically double, if you will, what our capacity and footprint is within our daytime hours. And, that would be solely within our daytime hours, and we could talk about other hours of availability, but we are limited by weather and daylight with respect to the outdoor nature of what it is we're doing, and potentially could be very limited depending on weather events. Although we haven't seen any so far this winter, hopefully we're going to be seeing some for the sake of our moisture content. So that's one option. The other piece that I want to put forward is the option that I would like the board to entertain, and ultimately we'll be making a recommendation that I would like the board to consider, which is to shift our current test collection location. What that would involve is that we would need to take a different look at where we want to expend our resources, both our physical and personnel resources, as well as our fiscal resources, and potentially entertain a shift from stepping out of the test collection business. We've been doing test collection and doing it incredibly well since March. We have, ASU partnering with us with the saliva-based testing. They're certainly utilizing the footprint of our operation in conjunction with our staff doing the nasal pharyngeal testing. But if the board should be so inclined to provide direction to do things differently, one option would be to step out of that testing collection practice that we have been engaged in and let that continue to be operated by other partners. And as more come on, I know I just got a message tonight that there's some testing that's located. Now I'm going to lose my train of thought where it was at, but there's lots of testing opportunities that are popping up and that are available to the public. Our location has been very convenient, including us taking mobile testing around the county. It's been a very important role that we have filled with the county and in this space, but an option is to, at this point in time, shift where our attention is. And because vaccinations are now truly, in my opinion, and many others, the true public health space, that we would entertain shifting what our resources and what we're doing, potentially working with ASU to find another location here in our community that they could partner with in terms of the physical space to continue saliva-based testing. Any number of options could be a potential to continue to expand our footprint at Fort Tuthill. That would allow us to actually take over the physical space. As many of you that have been out there are aware, we are utilizing the commercial building out at Parks and Rec and at the Fort Tuthill location. It's a much larger building, which would provide a lot better shelter for our staff and others who are working the vaccination response. It could also potentially provide opportunities to run a few different kinds of setups with that, potentially even some level of drive-through. We have tents out there already that provide more shelter that cars currently drive under. There's lots of options around that, should the board be so inclined to entertain a shift in our resources. And the last piece I just want to highlight here, because I know this has come up for many of you, and we are also getting the questions in terms of how do we implement and utilize additional volunteers. And we have, just so you are all aware, we're bringing back on Wendy Roberts, who happens to work for the courts, but she had been on our incident response team early on, helping managing folks who were interested in volunteering at the very early stages, including people who wanted to make and donate masks, all sorts of different things. She is coming back on board to help us vet. We've got a lot of folks who are either medically trained or have interest in, and we're specifically speaking right now about medically trained volunteers. And we actually have a volunteer interest form that's a little separate from the original volunteer for what we had called our Medical Reserve Corps, and the links that we had shared with you all early on for the response. But this is really about vetting volunteers that we would then intend to pair up initially with our existing vaccinating staff so that they can get oriented to our operation and trained. And then we would be able, as we expand, increase our capacity at our Fort Tuthill location. Wendy is going to assist us in helping to pre-screen those volunteers and really be looking at the folks. Volunteer management, as many of you are aware, is a huge undertaking in and of itself. And being able to pre-screen and make sure we have volunteers that are able to meet the demands that we have with respect to shifts and availability and training and those types of things. So we have a plan in place for that. And if we did entertain shifting, what we can do is take our existing temporary staff, who are now primarily the folks who are staffing our testing operation. They can be redeployed and reallocated their skills and abilities because they are already in our medical records information, connected to county resources, laptops, other kinds of things, and they can add to our capacity for vaccinations. And then certainly as we go through this process, we could look at, are there other volunteers out there that we would want to bring on outside of just having medical expertise that could assist us? So what are the limits to expansion? Just briefly wanted to put this on the screen here. Certainly funding just in general. I mean, that's just a matter of the board has been from a policy level, allocation related to just knowing what the expenses are around that. Is there a shift in that? Is there an authorization that needs to be done or an awareness from the board? Vaccine allocation and limited supplies. Clearly that is our number one limitation. We have to have enough vaccine in order to be able to expand. Certainly limits, as I described before, is physical shelter from the elements at our current vaccination site. That's why I brought up the option of potentially pivoting from the testing, parking lot limitations. All of these are things that can be overcome, and certainly staffing, organizing, and managing the testing site, which if we step away from the testing, then we have the ability to redeploy those staff and resources. So at this point, I will pause and I know Joanne was trying to pop in there, and I'll pause, Chair Ryan, for any other questions before I kind of make some specific ask with regard to potential policy decisions that the board may choose to entertain.
Okay, so and I'm hearing some of the yes, you're going to summarize them. Is that what you're saying, Kim?
I'm sorry, Chairman Ryan, what did you just ask? If I'm gonna.
So I'll go to Joanne also, but you were just outlining some potential recommendations. You're going to go back to that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I was going to then pause for a moment and then specifically, basically in three kind of categories here, ask for some specific board direction and potential policy decisions to entertain, whether or not those are things you will all want to entertain tonight or not, but I was going to present them to you.
Okay. And I'll check in with Joanne.
Sure, Chairman Ryan, members of the board. I just wanted to clarify and have Kim clarify that NAU is still providing tests, the ASU saliva tests. That's being done on campus at the field house, and they're doing that until the end of March. Is that correct, Kim?
That is correct. Thank you. Yeah, till the end of March, Monday through Saturday, they are providing saliva-based testing, and currently they have 600 appointments per day. And then at our Fort Tuthill site, we have another 600 now per day, plus our nasal pharyngeal that we're currently offering.
Okay, let me turn to the board on questions before we hop back into that. Liz, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, so Kim, if we were, okay, so I guess I want a couple of questions. The testing that we're doing in partnership with ASU at Fort Tuthill, how many staff would that free up if we, I guess I'm trying to just figure out, like, I know ASU was providing people and also the testing. So I'm trying to like quantify like how many people would that free up for us to then dedicate to vaccines?
Thank you, Chair Ryan, Supervisor Archuleta. With respect to our staff that are temporary staff, and then also some of our HHS staff that take days out there for the testing, we are talking about, just with those groups, we are talking about upwards of 10 individuals that would be completely freed up from the testing piece that could be redeployed. That includes all level of administrative position and folks, as well as our swabbers, which are our medical providers. There's also National Guard staff that are assisting the ASU traffic flow operation. And so I would actually request that if we did look at this model, that we would actually keep those National Guard members that are helping with the traffic flow. We have additional National Guard members that are currently helping with vaccinations, but if we were to expand, we would want to keep them, and then ASU would get additional, which they could request through the Guard or other folks to provide their traffic control if they were to relocate somewhere else.
And of the 10 people, like how many people would actually be able to give shots?
Out of that, I would say probably on any, depending, because we have people that are temporary or just very limited time, I would say at least 2 to 4 of those folks.
Mm-hmm. And so, and okay, and then let me get to this other one about volunteers. So I would like for us to consider thinking about, as we have in other emergencies, bringing on one of our partner organizations. United Way of Northern Arizona in particular has worked with us on volunteers. And so when we have other emergencies, they have been really great in assisting us with that. And I think that does expand our capacity. And so tell me a little bit about, have you put any consideration into that? Because I know that we've been getting emails from people, residents who are like, would volunteer from doing anything from, maybe they want to know what the job descriptions are. Do we need traffic control? Do we need greeters? Do we need people helping fill out forms? Do we need, medical people? I mean, there's been a couple of medical folks that have said, I'd be happy to volunteer. So I'm just would love to hear a little bit more about some of that discussion.
Sure, Supervisor Archuleta. With respect to the medical folks, because we have several other temp and part-time medical folks who are part of our vaccine operation already, that are outside of staff that we have hired permanently with HHS. So we already have several of them. I don't have an exact number and I apologize. But with respect to the other medical volunteers, that is what I'm talking about in terms of us having a plan in place now where we can start. We had to get our feet wet and know what our footprint looked like. And I'll just remind everyone, we just finished our first week out there. So now we have a sense of what that looks like, how we can make sure that we can train and bring on other medical staff to provide those vaccinations. And so that would be the piece that I was talking about specifically, utilizing Wendy, for example, to be able to do a pre-screening. Debbie and our other nursing staff have already worked up what that looks like. I had shown you on the slide just back one, we actually have a online form that we're going to share with you all that you can share with folks who are interested. We are just trying to manage at this point in time, given the specific duties there, we don't right now, it doesn't mean this isn't going to change. We don't have a huge need for all sorts of other volunteers outside of the medical staff to assist with providing the vaccines. That could absolutely change based on how we're managing the information and the data entry that needs to be done. There just comes in a lot more hoops to jump through, not that none of them can be overcome But with respect to even data entry and other things, because it's going into our medical record system, they have to have access to county networks and other types of programs. So that creates a little bit of limitation with other volunteers outside of medical at this time. But again, as we look at broadening our footprint, we are open to looking at all sorts of options and help. Absolutely.
Okay, so what you're saying is that like United Way would not be activated at the time to try to get people who want to do like data entry or like reading and directing and things like that. Like we
not at this time, Supervisor, and I just say that because until we see what the expansion can be, and even potentially if we can make a pivot to the state's system for scheduling and other things and records management, there may be that opportunity. But right now, and especially with the guard that we have available to us, at least through the end of March, with respect to traffic and other things, those positions are being filled, not even at the county's dime, though the National Guard is being paid for through the state, and we are not paying for any of that assistance. And we also still have the opportunity to, ask for additional guard for some of those things. So some of our other volunteer opportunities, they're very limited right now. It doesn't mean that those won't change, but to answer your question directly, at this point, I don't see the need right this moment in terms of bringing on, say, United Way to help with that, because we don't have enough places where we can put people right now, given this operation of what it is that we would want to be opening that up to another entity and others right now. But again, that can absolutely change as we move forward. This is just a very different kind of operation outside of many of the things that we've done as a county when it came to emergency responses, because this is so specialized with respect to the vaccine.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other board members? Do you still have questions, Liz? It looks like you were concluding, but I'm checking.
Matt, I think that's it for now. I mean, I know we have some things that we need to make a decision on. I would like to talk just in terms of like increased capacity for communications as well. That's not on the list for discussion or board direction, but I would like to bring that subject up after we go through these 3 items.
Okay. All right. Others, Kim was pausing on this. And we do want to move the meeting on, but because so many questions came in from the public, I'm just double checking on this. Go ahead, Lena.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Kim, what is the time frame that you're looking at right now? What is the time frame you're looking at with this proposal?
Well, thank you, Vice Chair Fowler. I would love for the time frame to be that we are able to be bringing this planning on and expanding here in the next couple of weeks. By the time we are receiving our 1B allocation, we are in a position to have increased capacity. That would be my preference. Obviously, there's a lot of things that would need to go into play with that, but I think we could do it very quickly. That would be my best guess. If the board makes gives some direction, I mean, we're working on all of this planning behind the scenes as we speak and even waiting. I had spoken with the team this morning, specifically indicating, talking to you all about this and getting some specific direction and policy decisions so that we know where to pivot to. My last slide, with respect to these policy decisions is a slide, and I'll just share this with you so that you can see this as well, is about potential board advocacy. And so it's not only about our county's allocations and increasing our vaccine allocation, but also looking at, and I know Supervisor Archuleta, you and I had a conversation about this as well, and I've had some additional conversations in terms of and with Joanne as well, in terms of us entertaining also other partnerships regarding a mass vaccination site that may not even be ours. That would be something totally separate from this expansion idea of Fort Tuthill. We may not even want to go to the expansion. I mean, there's a lot of different pieces that I think involve certainly clearly board advocacy, but also deciding which direction we want to go in first. And I think that gets to your Supervisor Fowler, with respect to your question about timing, as soon as possible in whatever direction we can go, but we may have multiple directions going at once.
Okay, and just another follow-up, Mr. Chair. You know, our rural communities depend on our mobile sites. So when this does happen, that we just are now focused on vaccines, like in my district, so it would be Page Banner Health would continue to, or who would be the one to administer the tests, be able to, where would people be able to go for their tests to see if, for the virus? You know, that's still important to test people to see who needs to quarantine themselves. The other is that, you know, Supervisor Archuleta mentioned the communication. The other important piece of vaccination is that just because you got your first shot doesn't mean that you are now immune from getting the virus. You can still get it. Then the second shot is just your assurance, and it takes it's almost about 3 months process. That's something that we really need to get out there. But I was just wondering how that would be handled. And I know you're still putting it together, but you know, I just have to bring up how the rural communities will be able to get their tests when they want to get tests. Where would
Vice Chair Fowler, Chair Ryan, many of those communities, and not all of them, but I'll use Page for example. Canyonlands is providing testing availability. There are urgent cares, multiple urgent cares around the county that provide testing. There is a lot of testing availability. Not all of them are completely free and as easily as accessible as what we have been providing as a county. Many do still have options in terms of where they are not either of little to no cost or on sliding scales. So there are other opportunities out there and more opening up frequently in many areas. And I know some of our more rural communities, that's a little more challenged. I was just, and I can't remember where I was, but I now have seen signs, testing is even being done in pharmacies inside of grocery stores. So they're testing at a lot of other available locations, you know, but certainly, yes, our county going out and providing testing, you know, even if it's once a month, you know, as we rotate around the different communities, has been, you know, very well received and appreciated. You know, these are part of those decisions that that I'm looking to the board to weigh in on. Chair Ryan, you're on mute.
Miss.
So is Supervisor Fowler.
Doggone it.
When would you need the board's decision on this? When are you thinking?
They're seeking some direction tonight on this. And then, you know, we're through various pieces of implementation. There will be other pieces, but go ahead, Kim. I got Joanne on here too. And I see you, Patrice.
Vice Chair Fowler, I would just say, you know, I'm looking for decisions on it as soon as the board is prepared to make decisions. I mean, tonight I'm happy to just present these out there. If there's, you know, direction and guidance that you all feel comfortable giving tonight, that would be great. If you don't, I understand that and will, you know, accept whatever frame needs to be considered by the board.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I'll bring, Joanne, did you want to comment on that before I bring
Sure,
Patrice?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to Kim, so I think Supervisor Fowler, or Vice Chair Fowler, I think the question is the actual, are we looking at the end of January? Are we looking at, we're already mid-January. What's the timing of pivoting on the testing site?
I mean, if we decided to step out of the testing arena, I mean, we just need the time in order to communicate that. Of course, this isn't even something, I know we're on a public meeting tonight. I mean, we haven't had conversations with ASU about any of this. I would want to be able to look at, is there the opportunity to maybe even keep our operation up here, that our agreement with ASU, but is there another community partner and location that they might join with to be able to move that in very short order? I mean, in the perfect scenario would be, if we step out of this testing space by the end of January, and that we are in conjunction pivoting to increasing vaccination availability, that would be ideal. But again, we will work with whatever makes sense.
Okay, I got a lot of people lined up. Patrice, and then I'll go to Liz.
And thank you,
Got Eric.
Mr. Chair. And I know these are tough and difficult decisions, and obviously we're concerned about getting our residents vaccinated as quickly as humanly possible. But I share Supervisor Fowler's concern. And, I think, Kim, you put your finger right on it, and that is, it has been well received by our community. Not just well received, it has been counted on by our community. I can't tell you how many people, including myself, have gone out there to be tested. It's a smooth operation. It's a well-run operation. And, we are not out of the woods in terms of testing. And the bottom line is this: it's very hard, and for all of us, when we don't even have our 1B allocation into the state yet. We don't even know what the state's going to get. We don't even know when we're going to get it. And for us to start, I know we have to have options. I think we need to have plan A and plan B and probably plan C. I think that's important. But I don't think if the main advantage of shifting the current test collection site to a vaccination site is 10 people. I really think we can get 10 people from other sources. And by that, I mean, whether they be NAU nursing students, whether we call up for requested volunteers from those that are retired medical people, or medical people that may be willing to give some of their time for this. So, I mean, I have heard from so many people here in this community, and this is a great community. Everybody wants to help. Everybody wants to volunteer, but there are also medical volunteers that we can use for this. So I'd really hate to see shifting away from our current testing collection facility. And I think there are other things that we can look at, whether it be, NAU, but whether it be coming up with asking for medical volunteers, really making a concerted ask, which I have not seen in Coconino County. So that would be my 2 cents worth if you're looking for a decision here tonight. I would not be in favor of closing Fort Ted Hill from a current testing collection site.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. If I could just make one clarification with respect to that it isn't so much about the staffing numbers that that's certainly helpful to redeploy them in our other vaccine efforts, because as I had indicated before, we have lots of behind the scenes data entry that has to be uploaded from Eventbrite to then transfer into our record system. But the other big piece about potentially entertaining this is it allows us to expand our footprint into a safer location for our medical staff and others who are providing the vaccines. Because as I indicated, we're working out of little trailers right now that if you go there, we have staff, too many, in my opinion, in one little small facility because it's cold outside, especially given COVID. and distancing that we're supposed to be practicing and other things. That the other piece, and I appreciate everything you're saying, because I'm not by any means trying to say that everything we've been doing is incredibly valuable, or we wouldn't have been doing it to begin with. But it's more about also if we moved that operation from Tut Hill and entertained that, even still trying to see if ASU will keep doing that saliva-based testing elsewhere, it frees up our location, which is a very large building that we could spread out our vaccine staff much more efficiently within. So that was the reason about, do we stop those operations and then and increase that? But if the other alternative, as I had indicated, is we don't have to increase our footprint. If we can get other partners on board, which we are already doing, the ultimate goal is that it doesn't have to be the county administering the shots, that we have all these partners helping administer the vaccination.
And Kim, have you looked at any other possibilities of increasing your footprint with another site other than the testing site? I mean, I can't believe that it's all or nothing. And I haven't looked at it, obviously, but I can't believe that the only potential place would be at the testing site. I'd really like not to close down or revamp that testing site. I just think it's too important for our community.
And thank you, Supervisor. When you asked if we've looked at other locations, no, because we are looking at this from the perspective of what the county and county facilities and where we already have a footprint. It doesn't mean that we can't look at those things. My preference would be that if we're going to look at other locations as well, that we engage, again, other partners that will actually stand up and operate those locations, that it isn't us then also standing up, keeping a smaller footprint at Tut Hill and then trying to do another piece. That's very limiting and difficult to manage on our end, but there are I'm absolutely, and if we talk about entertaining a mass vaccination site, in terms of if we have other entities that partner with respect to actually the technical operation of a mass site, then, the dome is a possibility. I mean, there's lots of possibilities out there to look at other partnerships, but they're possibilities that are not things that can be solely done and operated at the ground level, even outward from the county, because of the volume. I've said to some of you, the volume of the capacity of HHS as a medical clinic is a very small footprint in terms of what we utilize for our systems, how we track things, all of that. We would need a partner that has a much larger capacity and that would actually operate and run that and put us in the position to help bring more staff and volunteers to that site rather than operate it ourselves.
And one more comment, and then I know there's a lot of other people. And again, Kim, I know this is incredibly complex, but let's say you're even from the numbers you gave us, let's say again, we have the allocation, and please, I hope that things are going to change here very soon and we will get some allocations. But assuming that we do, and I'm going to assume that we will, even if we double the capacity at Fort Tut Hill, we're only doubling it is 1,400 a week. And I know we have other partners that we want to double, but that's not enough. And so I think we have to increase our capacity. And again, I'd hate to see increasing our capacity because it's not that much by closing down a testing site that's really needed. So with that, I will allow the other supervisors their questions. Thank you, Kim, for everything. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, let's get some of the questions, but let's try and wrap it up also so we can go into discussion on the recommendations. Go ahead, Liz. And I got Judy out there too.
Okay, thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. So Yeah, so I guess I just want to frame the conversation a little bit differently in the sense that I don't think it needs to be an either or as well. I do think that we have to create more capacity for tests, for vaccines. So I think we need to look at going to, for ASU, almost exclusively running the testing site. And maybe this is where if we have community volunteers, then they can assist with some of that, whether that be traffic control, whether that be, I don't know what the various jobs are at the testing site, but taking the county staff, especially the ones that can give vaccines and can enter data, if there's HIPAA related to that and all that, taking those skills and that capacity and taking it to vaccines. But the partnership with ASU, I think we can probably put more of that on ASU itself. I have to probably look and ask you about our partnership and our agreement. Does our agreement say we're providing 10 staff? And so I say, so I think we need to really look at that. I do feel like we still need to have capacity we still need to offer testing. Perhaps it's the nasopharyngeal that we're not offering on a daily basis because that requires nurses. Maybe it would be once a week. I don't know, like one day out of the week or a certain number of hours on one day a week that would do that to try to accommodate that. Or maybe if you need a nasopharyngeal, then you need, then it would be go to a provider. The issue that we would run into is that if people have insurance and they can go to a provider and get a test, great. But what about our indigent population who is not able, to do that, who does not have insurance? They need to be able to have a place to have a test. So my whole thought is, either like switch. Can we move the testing to the amphitheater area, or can we move the testing to another location within the city of Flagstaff or to another county space or a partner space? I don't know, maybe it's one of the high school parking lots. But move that out, create more capacity with vaccines. And then I think that that capacity in terms of do we have the vaccines or not, then again, that's a role for the board to play, to advocate vigorously at the state level and at the federal level for the increased vaccines. So that is another area for us to work on. So again, I feel like we need to offer both services, but the partnership with ASU needs to be them literally running it, and possibly with some volunteers that we could, engage.
So thank you, Supervisor Archuleta. Just to clarify, ASU's operation, and that's what I'm talking about. ASU's operation, they can run their own operation. We are not running their operation for them. We are augmenting that operation, and we are opening the building, allowing them into the facility. So for example, the Saturday after New Year's, ASU ran the entire operation. They even had to call in additional guard and other staff to do the traffic control. They ran the operation. So what I'm suggesting is not just stopping testing. I'm suggesting that we, as the county, our staff are not involved in testing, that we would reach out to ASU and absolutely work with them about finding another location here in the city because of the convenience that we have, if that makes sense. Or even having a conversation with NAU, as Joanne indicated earlier, NAU is providing saliva-based testing again as well. There is no cost to anyone. Folks can access that. Of course, they're also testing students. So it's a much, and they're doing random testing as well for the students. So I am all for us looking at, are there other places? And ASU, their operation is independent. They hire their own staff. They're not looking for us to bring on volunteers for them. They could run their operation. They're currently, part of our agreement was that we had the space for them, that we brought them in, that we are providing the tents. We've got a lot of costs that are into what we're providing around that my point of that, of repurposing that to vaccines, is we would continue to utilize that and then work with ASU as they have an agreement with us through the end of March. Also, our agreement ends with them at the end of March as well, that we could maybe find another location. So I appreciate you bringing that up, Supervisor. So there are definitely opportunities to look at that doesn't eliminate testing availability in our community, with the exception of that nasopharyngeal. And I would, definitely strongly recommend that we get out of that business specifically, because that does tie up our staff, and in particular our nursing staff that are doing the swabbing, that we can repurpose to vaccines.
So I'll shift over to Judy. Looks like you're up to ask questions. Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Chair Ryan, and then Supervisor Fowler, and Supervisor Archuleta, and also Supervisor Patrice. Very good comments that are coming out, and I think all the comments that I've heard so far, I agree with those comments, and I think if we were to, I think basically we should increase definitely our vaccine operation. The only thing is that we're still unsure as to the number of vaccines we're going to be receiving. So that kind of is like before we even know how many we're going to be getting, we're trying to do the operation only. And I know the testing has to be done. And I know that an enhancement of vaccine, just like Supervisor Archuleta said, we just need to find more spaces and get the people involved, have them take care of certain areas, but definitely testing and vaccine operations have to be enhanced. And also it should be evident also. So that's what I'm thinking sitting here. And I don't think we're saying that testing is going to stop overall at at Fort Tutt Hill. It's just that others are going to run that, but for us to enhance the vaccine operations with the county. But I think there's a lot that plays a role into this information that's being presented to us and how we're going to move forward with it, because there's some given information that we don't have and we're not sure about, like the number of vaccinations we're going to be getting is one. And so
We just lost you. Okay. Supervisor Begay has limited bandwidth. If we get her back, we'll see if she has added pieces. I'm going to kind of let's walk into your questions associated with direction. Oh, there you go, Supervisor Begay. Are you out there?
yeah. Pretty much done. I just wanted to thank for their comments too. As part all and to run their person and how you're going to enhance services, whatever. So I just want to thank you for all your efforts and also your staff.
All right. Thank you. All right, Kim.
Okay, so obviously we have talked about the pivoting from HHS testing to vaccine operations only piece. Again, that can take any different type of shape and form, just putting those out there as potential operations for expansion, and also maximizing staff, and also just longevity of and sustainability of our operations. The second key piece that, and we certainly may need to entertain much more conversation around this, but I just want to raise this with respect to board direction and policy decisions to be considered. And with respect to a timeline, I'm not looking for this right this moment, but I want to share with you, I had brought up earlier in the conversation about our sheltering operations. Those of you who had been on the board previously were fully aware of the multi-million-dollar operation that we had been running, the amounts in terms of that we had been reimbursed for, and then the additional 1.5 that we were able to obtain from the state to put towards our expenses to that. But even since all of that, we've continued to stay in this space in a different, in a little bit different footprint, but that has still continued to have significant expenses. And for everyone's awareness, and certainly as of today, and certainly since just last week, we have been at capacity at the hotel that we are partnering with Flag Shelter Services with. All of the rooms are full, and if one turns over there, and some of the rooms have even been double occupancy with COVID positive folks. And that was not something that we did as the county, but that was a decision that had been made by some of the Flagstaff Shelter Services staff. And I just want to assure you, they were all COVID positive. Everyone that's staying at the shelter, at the hotel care site operation, they are all COVID positive now. We're not even housing people that are pending test results because testing results are turning around quicker. And there are other locations with our partners that we're working with Catholic Charities. They've been putting people up in hotel rooms. Flag Shelters continue to put other folks in hotel rooms. But as of this morning, I got a notice from Karen Holder over at North Country, and had also heard conversations from FMC. Multiple other positive unsheltered folks had been released from the hospital, and there was no capacity certainly to come into our operation, and there were really limited options. And so I was asked if the county would entertain, is there another mass site that we want to open up as a potential shelter operation? And my response to that question was that I was not in a position at that moment to continue to commit additional county resources outside of what we're already expending, and that I would be having a conversation with you all tonight regarding direction around that. So I just need you to all be aware that there is additional needs and issues out there around this hotel sheltering need, especially given our high numbers of positive folks. I think this is a bigger conversation with a lot of other players at the table. But with respect to where the county has already stood in this space, this is another policy and decision-making point for the county in terms of resources. Not only is it fiscal resources, again, it is staff resources. We have staff who assist, not as much as we were when we were running Hotel Aspen, but we still have 4 or 5 different staff that are part of the intake and operations and managing components around that hotel operation. So I put that before the board in terms of a complete picture of all the places where we are currently operating, and that each of those places, not only do they have staff impact and utilization, but it has a huge fiscal impact on the county. So that is the next piece. And the last part on here is kind of encompassed in this conversation. And again, just with respect to policy around, where and what is it that we are going to continue to, expend county resources? What is the prioritization of that? What are the limits around that? Just wanting some direction with respect to that as we continue to respond to this pandemic. And I think our county's been phenomenal in what we have done up to this point, and we can be exceptionally proud of that work. And I want us to continue to do the work that makes the most sense and also is, within the best fiscal interest of the county. So with respect to that one overtime capacity, one county response, it's not so much about overtime per se, but it is as we bring on and make decisions about, are we going to bring on other county staff from other departments that are going to be redeployed in other ways outside of their current department functions? Whatever those decisions that the board decides is appropriate, those are things that need to be considered. So hopefully I've given kind of a summary around that, and happy to try to answer any other specific questions. Chair Ryan, you're on mute.
Yep, there you go. And I have to cross two screens to get back to that. So go ahead, Liz. Why don't you go ahead with questions?
Thank you. So I just need to clarify, I need to understand what the ask is in terms of when you said that there was an inquiry of if the county was wanting to open up another, like a space, or I think I don't want to say shelter, I don't want to use the wrong word, but to open up another space. What exactly is the ask? Are they asking for like another hotel, Aspen, or I just want to clarify what the ask is?
The actual ask was not around a hotel, but it was around utilizing the armory was what was mentioned as an option, but something that was a large location that could be converted into an alternative care type of site that could house these unsheltered COVID positive people. That was the ask in terms of, other partners helping as well. I was told, we have cots, we have food that we can feed people, but it's, obviously, Supervisor, you're aware that there's a lot more that goes into that with respect to not just the space itself, but also the staffing, the cleaning, just all of the components around that. So that was the ask in terms of what, we're at critical mass. Here's an idea, where's the county on this? And that's what my response was, that I wasn't in a position to commit additional resources at this time until I had a conversation.
So I apologize that I don't fully understand. So I'm going to ask another question because I don't fully understand. So that is, so an alternative care site to the hospital, to not have people housed in the hospital, or an alternative care site to provide a place for people to then recover, like for our unsheltered community, because there's not a place for them to go. It's not an alternative. It's not like a tier, like a tiered unit, like a unit for people who, because there's not hospital capacity. It's for recovery so that there's not community spread.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. It would be a location. I mean, again, this would have to go in line with the things that how we've been operating, which is people who are discharged to our hotel operation have to be medically stable. I mean, there's conditions around that, but they are COVID positive, and to have a place where they can quarantine away from and recover, quarantine and recover away from a congregate setting that they may continue to spread the illness to. I think one of the other conversations that we need to entertain is we've been doing all of this effort for many months now with an absolute concerted effort at trying to keep the spread minimal. We all know that we have a very large percentage of our population now that have had COVID. I mean, our numbers are continuing to grow each day. And so this may also be an opportunity to actually really engage in a different looking conversation around this with all of the shelters. And I'll share with you, one of the reasons the hotel filled over the weekend was because one of the shelters in the community had a severe outbreak. And so we actually communicated with them because it was so severe in their shelter and said, we have nowhere else to put folks. We asked them to quarantine in place. I mean, they were already the folks that have been exposed and or positive anyway. We asked them to, the goal here is not to have people out walking around on the streets who are positive. It's to have a place where they can stay and be safe and quarantine away from others. So there's other conversations that can be had. It's certainly, a very important and sensitive topic. And I, by no means want to minimize that at all, but I also, we've been doing this for quite some time, and it is quite an undertaking, and especially at the level in which the county's had involvement because of the fiscal responsibilities around it.
Okay.
Thanks. That's the information I need. Thank you.
Yeah, let me see if I can work through this a little bit on what we have happening. First and foremost, suddenly vaccines are here. So, a lot of questions. we need to catch up to the implications of what this piece is. In the meantime, can we get to a level of further, better distribution based on what we've seen? So I guess what we have before us, at least in the first question, is, and I think I'm hearing the discussion be, are we willing to pivot to enhance the vaccinations, but by no means get rid of the testing, but work together with ASU to make sure that there's the opportunity for the testing out there as well. Is that correct, Kim? Am I capturing what you're seeking there?
Yes, thank you, Chair Ryan. And I would just add that that would also include us continuing to work with our other partner entities in the other rural areas, including Encompass, Canyonlands, North Country Healthcare, who are also providing testing in many of our outlying communities, Williams, Grand Canyon, that we would, also then lean more on them to fill that space of the testing if we're not involved in that.
Okay, not just ASU.
Cover the whole county, not just Tut Hill.
Yeah, making sure that there's testing out there and working together with partnerships that we have beyond ASU, but that as well. So, but I think this is one that we probably could give direction on, but I want to check in with each of the board members on this, understanding, just recapture it again, that staff's asking if we're okay with them expanding the vaccine operations, pivoting on that. While doing that, they're going to assure, or they're going to work with our partners to keep testing available. It might change the dynamics of where we have it at Tut Hill, but it's working with our partners, whether it's with ASU or these other partners out in other areas. And so I'll walk through this through each of the board members. Liz, would you be okay with that? Do you have other pieces you need, or?
Thanks, Matt. Let me, I'm having a little bit of a technical problem. Let me try to start my video again. Okay, there we go. So yeah, I think in terms of the conversation, I do think that it's good for us to be part of the conversation. I would like to see the county's focus on vaccines. I would like to see the county's resources. And I know we're going to have a discussion about just the amount of resources that it's going to take. But I do see that, I think that's, if I think about county resources and where I'm at, and I feel like the quicker we can move on vaccines, the quicker we can avoid having to have people with the virus. And so, I see that that's our space right there, is to move aggressively with vaccinations.
And that's a big part of the pivot that they're bringing to us. But obviously they need to work it out also, but moving in that direction. Yeah. Okay. Patrice, I'll go to you next.
Well, there are so many contingencies in here. There are so many what if then this, that it's almost impossible to really answer. So what I'm going to say that is, if in fact, number one, the allocation is in, and in order to increase capacity, obviously getting vaccines in the arms of our resident is the most important. Our residents is the most important thing, but we must continue to have testing available. If we can pivot, quote, pivot, and have our partners take up what was being done by the county, and having this testing available as widespread and as widespread and convenient, then yes, let's do that. But if in fact you don't have the partners, or they can't provide the same testing, or it can't be convenient, or isn't regular hours. I mean, you see what I mean? So there are so many contingencies, it's very hard to give direction. I think that the direction needs to be, let's increase the capacity to vaccines and vaccine sites as much as we can. And I'm concerned that there needs to be other options. And I'm not sure what other options are being looked at. And that's just, I haven't really been brought into the loop very much on all of that. So I don't know the answer to that. So let's get the expand vaccines. Let's increase our capacity in hopes that we're going to increase our allotment. And but let's not give up our testing.
All right, and there are unknowns, and we know that we have. It will require additional resources. We need to be kept up to speed on what that means associated with it. But based on the discussions, they're looking for our head nod in terms of advancing the opportunity for more vaccines, and hearing the part of testing still important on that. Again, a thumbs up from Liz on that.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. I don't want to get rid of testing. I want to modify it.
Okay. And thumbs up from Patrice on that. Lena, I see you popped up on the screen. I'll take you next.
I am not comfortable with this.
Okay, in what way?
We're getting a presentation where partners have not been brought in for discussion. And this is we usually have a work session and say that here is what we are facing. We have this many, we've done this many tests. This is how it's been running. ASU's role is this is our role. And these are number of tests we do, and vaccines, this is how much that has come in, this is how much staff dedication, we believe this will be increased by this much, so therefore these are this is what we are based on the information we have right now. This is our recommendation. Number one, this is option 1, 2, and 3. Based on our meetings with our partners, so-and-so can take this part, so-and-so can do this. There's just a lot of unknowns here. Granted, it is fast moving. We can have a special session on this, and we can get more information after we find out what the partners can do and are able, how they able to work and what that partnership means. And we're just getting information and with really not the numbers there. I know that you're very busy. I know the whole staff are so busy doing everything that they can from these vaccines. They have to be frozen. They have to have a certain amount of time. I mean, there's a lot of details to it. But at the same time, our community still needs testing throughout the whole county. And we don't even know if our partners are willing to pick it up. We don't know that. We're banking that they will. We don't know which ones are going to be charging and how much they're going to be charging. And granted, we went out to the communities once like maybe once a month to do testing. Those communities really appreciate that. Otherwise, they'd be paying. So, or driving long distance just to get a test. So I'm trying to figure out, I'm very supportive of increasing giving vaccination shots. There's no question about that. But what is the plan? What is it that we want to do? Where there's just too many questions to me to be able to say, yes, this is what we can do. We're looking at the end of the month, so can we just say that, yes, but before we say yes, get some more information. What are the partners are going to do? We need to have a list of places where people can go to go get their virus shots. Right now, it's just all these other partners, they can do it. Who are the partners? And there's more and more popping up. Well, where are they? Because people are going to want to know where to go once we reduce our input. And now we're only doing vaccines. Yes, I want that happening, but I would like a better plan.
Joanne, you just bubbled up. And I'll get to you, Judy.
Sure, Chairman Ryan, I just wanted to throw out a suggestion that we bring this back to the board in not next week, but the week after, Kim has discussions specifically on testing with ASU, with potentially some partners outside of Flagstaff, and then looking at some other locations that could potentially work within the city of Flagstaff if we do choose to move the test site. So we could bring that back to the board. So there are some more details in order to make that decision.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I have the same recommendation about the housing, the people, the last issue, there's 2 here. I have the same recommendation. We don't know, it was just mentioned. We need to know what are the options and what meetings have taken place. Let's, like Supervisor Archuleta said, bring all the partners in like we usually do and say, this is the issue, who can do what? How can we work this out? Doesn't sound like it's happened and needs to happen not just in Flagstaff, but throughout the whole county.
Yeah, basically, how do we quantify this and and get a little bit better, put together a little bit better. Judy, you've been very patient. I'm sorry. Please.
Thank you, Joanne.
Oh, you froze up, or you're not. Your what is it? Microphone. You need to turn your microphone on.
Mute.
There you go.
Am I on now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I feel the same way with Supervisor Fowler saying, and then also Supervisor Horseman. I feel like there's really not enough information to really say this is how we should go and this is how we should do it. And and I'm just thinking, where are all the stakeholders? What are they saying? What are they doing? And how are we collaborating? How are we partnering with them and making it easier for everybody as a whole within the county, to run the operations of testing and vaccinations. So I'm sitting here thinking that, yes, we do still need to continue to test. We still need to enhance the vaccine operations out there. And then what part of and how much funding is there that's needed to have a smooth operation? Who's all going? I mean, just a lot of unknowns. And I'm sitting here thinking, and I'm glad that Supervisor Fowler brought it up, that, there are all, where's all the stakeholders and how many times did you meet? And a lot of times when you have this is something big. This is something that, we really have to think about. We have people's lives at stake and things like that. And we need to really be careful how we address things like this. And so I would like to see, just like Joan King said, let's bring it back to the board, with information that might be, and we would be in a better position to make a decision. I don't think anybody's not saying we don't want testing or we don't want to enhance vaccine operations. We're all saying that, but we just need to make sure that we have all the pieces put together and all the information put together, and then we can talk about it and then make a sound decision. That's what I would like to see, and that's what I have. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you, Chair Ryan.
You bet. Actually, it sounds like we're really getting there. That we are there in terms of part of the question is, do we increase vaccines? Yes, we want to increase that ability, and we heard it about testing. Not to eliminate testing. This provides you an opportunity to go out and see what you can do, bring back recommendations with us. It's given a heads up to the board that it may require additional resources, but before we go there, let us understand it and see what we can do associated with it. And the sheltering piece, as Liz was saying, what is the ask, and then if it's defined, how do we look at it? We are hitting a key piece. It may require an emergency. Not emergency, a special session next week for one or two of these pieces. I'll turn to Jimmy in a minute on this. The last piece, the overtime capacity, one county response, it fits right in with these other ones. Help quantify it so we better understand it and bring it back with that. Anything else on this? Kim, do you want to conclude, or Joanne?
So Chair Ryan, if I may, and I appreciate so much all of the board's thoughts and input on this. And I certainly did not intend tonight to be something where I was expecting you to make definitive decisions around things. What I intended to do was bringing information to you, places where we need direction, but also the recognition and the understanding that because of the vaccine rollout and the way in which it has been done and the urgency, and as all of you have expressed early on in this presentation, that the demand and the questions and the pressures from our constituency in terms of wanting to know how we're doing these things. I absolutely appreciate having the information, and if we had more time, and even to Supervisor Fowler's point specifically, we have partnerships in place that have been doing testing with us. ASU is partnering. This was not ever intended to be a situation where I'm saying we're just totally stepping out of this. It was more about bringing this information to the board and wanting to have direction around how quickly is the expectation that we are moving on some of these things, because the vaccine situation is such that you already saw we expanded our capability just based off of the allocation that we had, and we quickly filled up to capacity. And the longer we are transitioning is less time we have to be able to offer appointments. The same time, that's fine if that is not the county space, because at the same time, we've been diligently working to bring on multiple other partners for vaccination. So that is still, in my opinion, my preferred course is to bring on all of these other locations so that it isn't about the county having to expand how much we're able to provide. It's expanding all the other options. And so all of these things are going on simultaneously. And again, I am certainly not proposing that we're stopping anything tomorrow, but being able to get the direction to know that we have to build in some additional capacity here just to manage all of these things, because they all are taking attention, time, and resources that, quite frankly, our staff is doing an incredible job doing, but we have to decide where the board wants us to continue so that we can focus on what you deem most important, so that we can put our best foot and effort forward in doing that really well. So I hope that, summarize that to some extent. And again, I appreciate all of the input and thoughts and suggestions and requests. Thank you.
All right. So we're like way over time on this, but it was, we were starting it up. It's a very important effort. as Judy said, we have lives online. We're going to need a bio break, but before we do, let me just check in on it. We're time certain that we definitely need to have an executive session. I think we need to take a 5-minute bio break, go into executive session if the board deems it appropriate, and then we can come back and we probably could take care of boards and commissions pretty quick. We can punt the legislative. Eric's already chimed in, and he can go around and update people individually on the legislative pieces. In terms of that, let me check in with Jimmy real quick. Jimmy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that one of the things that we could look at, and again, I think one of the things that we'd have to defer to Joanne and Kim regarding what is prepared or ready next week. Lindsay obviously could work with the board members and their staff to work out a date. It could be that that this is ripe enough to come back next week for some further discussion, because even if, I mean, we've spent this time this evening, but even if we were not even taking some additional action until the 26th, Mr. Chair and board members, it could make sense for us to consider further pulling this apart some more if we think that adds value. And if it's okay with you, then I could work with Joanne and Lindsay, I'm sorry, Joanne and Kim, and to see what is ready next week to further this conversation and to get some additional voice from you, but also provide some updates to you. And that could be done even outside of a regular, a special board meeting if that's not needed. So if it's okay with you, I'll follow up with staff, and then we'll loop back with you, Mr. Chair, and members of the board to give you kind of an update and see if we think that adds value, as long as it's at least it's, I guess my point is, if we're open to the possibility of having a special meeting next week, primarily for the purpose of furthering this discussion and potential action.
And, let me check with the board on it, but just a quick thought on it. If we put it in there as a placeholder, for all the navigation of information, we still are working on clarity just because there's a volume associated with it. We could put it on there for a placeholder. Jimmy can see where we are with it, get us updated with this, and then we can opt out of it or go to individual or carry forward with it. So heads up to the board. Anybody have problems with that? Nope, not seeing any. Go ahead, Patrice.
I just want to point out, and we all know this, but this is the biggest crisis in our lifetime. And we, I think, are all committed. It's very apparent from Kim and the rest of the staff here that we're all committed to having this go forward. So whatever it takes to be part of the decision-making to help move this county forward and get those vaccines in the arms of our residents. I think we're all there. So we can clear our calendars if we need to be there. So we're all on board.
Hear, hear.
Right. All right. Now I'm not hearing any hesitation on it. So go ahead, Jimmy. So I have 9:15. Why don't we try and take, about 5 minutes, try and get back here at 9:20, get a bio break in. And we have to actually, before we hop off on this, Rose, why don't I go ahead and get us to move to go into executive session, and that way you'll have to get off of Zoom. We'll come back to that after the executive session, but then you'll have to join a Teams meeting, a separate Teams meeting. I need a motion to go into, Rose, what are we going into executive session for? How's that?
Yes, and thank you, Supervisor Ryan, Chair Ryan. That's exactly what I was getting on to suggest, is to get a motion before we leave the Zoom platform. And it's an executive session to discuss current litigation and get some direction from the board on proceeding in that litigation.
Okay. All right, so
We go into executive session.
I have a motion from Supervisor Archuleta,
Second.
second by Supervisor Horstman. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. So make sure you get off Zoom and we'll come back in 5 minutes and come back on Teams.
Same teams that we were on, right?
That's a Lindsay question.
No, there is a separate, there's a separate calendar item that I think was scheduled. I think it might be in the 6:45 to 7:45 calendar block because it was scheduled earlier. So
Okay.
that's the one that to enter.
Okay.
Okay, hopefully I'll have it. Thank you.
On your calendar.
Patrice, let me know if you have any problems, or Lindsay.
All right,
Okay.
Lindsay. Thanks, Lindsay. Bye.
Yeah, it's on there for 6:45.
Chair Ryan, looks like we're waiting on Supervisor Fowler and Supervisor Archuleta.
I'm here.
There's Supervisor Archuleta.
Supervisor Ryan, you're on mute.
Boy, I was doing so well. Oh, well.
It's getting late.
Yeah. You know, I don't think it's necessary that we need to have Lena, at least for this motion associated with it on this. See if we can keep proceeding with the meeting here and assume she'll be joining us. So I'm going to come back and note that we have a consideration of possible approval of a proposal of settlement of litigation in the Rodriguez versus Coconino County, CV 2020-00344, with direction authorizing the county attorney's office to make an offer of judgment on the county's behalf. And I need a motion in to affect that.
So go ahead.
Go ahead, Liz.
Yeah. And
I was just going to say so moved, but if there's further information, then I don't think it's necessary, but so moved.
Yeah, and I would probably note that it as directed in executive session.
That is my motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Archuleta, a second by Supervisor Horstman. I'll just double check. Rose, did we capture that well enough for you?
Yes, that was perfect.
Okay. All right. So I'll go ahead and call the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Okay. Now, just taking a look at this, we're going to do a lot of, we're going to punt a lot of this stuff. We do have to go over the boards and commissions, but I think before we hop in on that, let me check in with Jimmy. Jimmy, as we've worked through and we were looking at the agenda, add your thoughts associated with this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, Eric has I appreciate the opportunity. Has recommended that he can punt his legislative update until a future date. He'll talk to you all individually on maybe a couple pertinent specific issues. We will talk about boards and commissions tonight, and Chair Archuleta did help us migrate through most of those waters at the last board meeting. So actually, a lot of that is that discussion's already happened, but I think Eric hopes to finalize tonight. And then if I can just real quickly, then Mr. Chair, I would just say that I will work with Joanne and Kim and then Lindsay for a potential special meeting next week. And one of the things we could do, and I did just talk to Eric, we could follow up on legislative stuff next week if we were to do that, along with creating some additional space for some COVID vaccine conversation. So we'll be back in touch with you there. Our next regular meeting is January 26th. Just a reminder for that. But again, potential special meeting next week. We do have the joint meeting that all of you are aware of, and Lindsay has sent out invites for Thursday the 28th joint meeting with the City of Flagstaff. And lastly, Mr. Chair, if I can just say that DCM Keene is working on an update. There's been a few questions recently, especially for our two new board members regarding space and an update on moves and things like that. So DCM Keene will be getting that out to the board soon to give you all an update, and then you could ask any further questions from that. That's what I had, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. So we're passing on item 11 associated with the legislation. We have item 12 that we'll go into, and we'll go to Eric. These are boards and commissions. We had a couple out there that were hanging in limbo. Also, there may be a little adjustment here or there as people took a look at their loads and thought about it. So, Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, good evening, everyone. So I have shared my screen, and this is the draft local assignments. This is the local memberships. These are the bulk of what we need to talk about. There were a couple changes.
Not seeing your screen unless I'm blocking it. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. I was blocking. Yeah.
Just on this, there were a couple notes that I got back from folks since our last conversation. So what you see on the screen is just a little bit different from your packet. So I just want to walk through the differences and what's hanging out there, Mr. Ryan. And then I think we can, hopefully the board can come to agreements and these will all be settled for 2021. The first item that was a change from what I had reported in the packet was the CJCC, Supervisor Archuleta serving as the alternate, and Supervisor Fowler and Supervisor Horstman serving as the members to the CJCC from the board. So that was a change from what is in your packet that was reported to me. So just going to pause. Mr. Ryan, do you prefer me to pause there and sort of take these as we have them one by one?
Yeah, actually, let's just, I want to go through, before we hop on that one, we have the Alliance for Second Century and CPWAC, firming them up or any adjustments associated with them?
There were no adjustments reported to me from what's in your packet. So.
Okay. It's a question now to the board here. Yeah.
Sure, thank you. So one of the things that I wanted to shore up the CP WAC, and I know that Supervisor Fowler has had an interest in that in the past. And so Supervisor Fowler, is that something that you're willing to take on?
I can. And just so you all know, oh, there it is. You focused it. I was going to say it's out of focus. All right, thanks.
So that's, okay. And then is that keeping Supervisor Horstman in the alternate position? Is that what I'm looking at there?
Eric, can you focus it? It's out of focus. There you go.
Is it looking okay for the rest of you?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're hearing Supervisor Fowler pulling out of the, or Supervisor Archuleta pulling out of the member position and Supervisor Fowler stepping into that. Okay, then the appointment by the county on Criminal Justice Coordinating Council.
Correct, and this was the change, Mr. Ryan, that we had heard from what's in your packet. Supervisor Fowler and Horstman as members, Supervisor Archuleta as the alternate.
Okay. Any questions?
Well, just if I could speak to that, I mean, this actually is what I understood at our last meeting. I just think it probably wasn't put in the, I think it was just a typo, but this is what I understood that we spoke about at our last meeting. And if that's still okay with folks, then that would be great.
Fine with me.
Lena, you good there?
I am, thank you.
Okay. All right.
Great.
So the next one, Mr. Chairman, the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Team. I did some checking into the organizational documents and the statutes and talked with Rose. I included the relevant statute here. And then also Coconino County resolution that we just passed in February 2020-14. The board actually delegated authority to determine membership to the county manager. And Rose, you're welcome to hop in here, but the advice that we heard from Rose in looking at the statute here is, while the statute says a review team may, expansion of that, as you can see, the statute does not include a board of supervisors member. Expansion of that to include one may not be legal or well advised. So Rose, if you want to opine, feel free to add, but we also did delegate that appointment to the county manager. You did, I should say, as the board in February. So my recommendation would be to remove it from the list that the board needs to appoint, and let the county manager make the appointments to that team.
Any questions from the board on that recommendation? Not hearing one. Okay, go ahead, Eric.
The next one was Econa, Supervisor Ryan as the board member, Supervisor Begay as the alternate.
Good. You okay, Judy? Okay. Not hearing anything. Go ahead.
Flagstaff Arts Council, Sue Brown, continuing as the member appointed by the board.
Okay. We'll wait for people to chime in if they have, if they have questions or want to modify as you bring them up. Go ahead.
Okay. The Flagstaff City County Public Library. This is a change here. Supervisor Horseman did ask to have her name taken off. She was our question mark, if you remember the conversation. So this is an open seat. We have 3 seats total on the library board. 2 are county residents appointed to that, and then 1 for the county board member. Rose, I know you sent me the IGA. I don't know if it must be a county board member. I believe it is, or if it can be staff, but it is an open spot. And I'm sorry, I just pulled down the screen. Sorry about that, folks.
So, yeah, actually, probably the discussion associated with this is, it would be a question towards Lena or Judy, if you might be willing to fill this. I think, each of the rest of us are filling some pretty heavy loads right now. Do we know if we can designate a staff member for this?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask, Rose, are you on? My IGA is hidden behind, and if you could pop in and help us with that.
I am here. I'm just trying to pull up the IGA. I don't believe it states anything about designating a staff member. It states the board shall be composed of 1 city council member, 4 city residents, 3 members appointed by the Board of Supervisors of the county, 1 appointee being a member of the County Board of Supervisors, and 2 being county residents. And the council member and the supervisor are non-voting members.
So I have a question. Are there city residents that are public members as well, members of the public?
According to the IGA, yes.
Okay, yeah, so I do feel that, because it is the Flagstaff City Coconino Public Library, for example, like my appointee lives out in the unincorporated area, so I do feel very strongly that like the unincorporated Coconino County, should be represented. And so, Judy, is this something that you're interested? Because I do think like there should be a perspective of outlying areas and access to the libraries. And so is that something that you would be interested in, and being able to have that voice on the library board?
No, I think I have enough right here already.
Huh. So,
well, I guess just the only thing that I see is that, you have a lot in terms of alternates, but I remember you're doing launch as the actual designee. Are there any other committees that you're doing as the actual designee? Because the alternate's only if the person, the designee, doesn't go.
I'll go ahead and do it.
it's a pretty low key assignment, actually, when you'll see on it in terms of if it's a load or not.
Mr. Chair, could I chime in briefly?
Please.
Yeah. So, and thank you, Supervisor Begay. And I will, I'd be happy to sit down with you. The county has not had much activity and participation in this committee of late, and there are some bigger issues that are out there that I can talk through with you. But those issues, a lot to Supervisor Archuletta's point, do relate to the more of the outlying areas than actually affecting areas within the city of Flagstaff. So, Supervisor Begay, I will sit down with you and brief you and help you through this. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right, Mr. Ryan, we'll moving on. Metro Plan, 2 seats, Supervisor Archuleta and Horseman on the Metro Plan with Supervisor Begay as the alternate.
That good?
Yes.
The
Okay. Go
next
ahead.
one is Fry, Mr. Ryan. I did look at.
Oh, hang on a second. Supervisor Archuleta.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with having the Metro Plan. If there's anybody else that's interested in it, you're welcome to have at it. Otherwise, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Great.
The next up is Fry. So I did look at the charter for the stakeholder group. We are entitled, so anyone can come, and we had this conversation. Did we have 2 people involved or 1 from the board? All the members are welcome. When it comes to time for a decision to be made amongst the stakeholder group, the charter group does call out that as a charter and a stakeholder organization, we essentially need to designate the one person who would carry the voice and to help reach consensus in the Fry operation. So as we talked about, that would be Supervisor Horseman, and then I listed Supervisor Ryan as an alternate in that sense of the deciding factors when need to be. But again, participation in the discussion is pretty wide open. So
Okay. Go ahead.
Next, GFFP, just keeping Jay Smith on the board of directors. That's a sort of a recommendation from you to them, and that is certainly endorsed by staff.
Okay.
Launch Flagstaff on the Community Leadership Council, Supervisor Begay, and I also know that the county manager sits on that as well.
Okay.
So I've listed him there for everyone's information.
All right, go ahead.
NACOG, the Regional Council, Supervisor Archuleta, Supervisor Fowler, with Supervisor Begay as the alternate.
Okay. Go ahead.
NACOG Executive Committee, that is not an appointment for you, just listed as information. For the NACOG Economic Development Council, asking that the board, Chris Pastors is in the public sector seat, and that we recommend Supervisor Fowler for the elected official from the county seat. This is the seat that Mr. Babbitt had last term. Again, not necessarily our decision, but our recommendation to NACOG, the EDC, and then up to the regional council to make.
Can you construct a letter? Worked with Lena to construct a letter.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. In fact, I think we have one done. We just needed waiting on making sure we had it ready. So.
Okay.
Couple NACOG appointments here that are informational to you. Supervisor Archuleta on Head Start, and Supervisor Ryan on the TPAC through NACOG.
Okay, go ahead.
And then NAPTA, Supervisor Archuleta, seat on the board. I know we discussed this, and this was the 1 year with the intent to be transitioning out at some point, and Supervisor Horseman as the alternate.
Good.
And then, Mr. Chairman, that is all for those appointments. We did as you see in your packet, there are some other appointments like NAMAC and other things that the board doesn't appoint to that I moved to the state and national list that's in your packet. There was no change. I just moved them from one list to another.
Okay.
So it's in your packet correctly.
Okay. Any discussion with this? We've been through them. So these are going to be our recommendations, or are we posted for this right now? To approve the decision. Oh, okay. We're posted for a decision right now, right?
Yes, we did. To be ready.
Okay. So I need a motion to approve the decision which the supervisors and staff will serve on various boards and committees that we just worked through, the designees associated with it. Could I get a motion from one of our members here?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Archuleta, a second by Supervisor Fowler. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the motion? Vote aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. It goes through unanimously. And then Eric, you're going to work on getting word out to the different committees as well as the board members that are on those committees. They can reach out as well.
Absolutely. We will get appointment letters constructed so that all the folks know the official appointments. So.
Okay. All right. And then, okay. Trying to find burying my papers here. So with that, the last two pieces that we have on the agenda, and we'll just check in. We can always punt, but let's check in. Jimmy, do you have anything further?
I do not, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, item 13, item 14. Any, absolutes that you need to update us on from board members, various districts? No. Well, I have a 5-page board chair report I want to give you guys right now. So you all look like you're ready to tip over. Thank you, everybody, for all the work. Longer because of COVID, and we'll keep working on it. I want to thank staff for everything you've done. Anything else in the order? Not hearing any. I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night, everyone.
You as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Night.
Good night.